It's Friday. The Broncos got another ugly-ass win. It was either going to be that or we blew out the Raiders. And they like ugly games, I guess. Just like the Houston game last Sunday, just a few days ago. How are we doing? Live levels. Let's get to them right now. I'll put these in the morning alerts too as well today because I know a lot of traders love those. Last Friday was a little Halloween-ish. I was having a little bit of fun. All right, so small cap space here, guys. Just getting the live stream up, so come on and join over. Of course, watch me live and do the levels where I'll put them here. It's ugly, it's slow, it's choppy. There's not a lot going on. I called this yesterday in my Discord. MSGM rolling up from 2 to 6, 550 area, whatever it was, and and like I said, today won't do shit, just like MTC. I knew it, called it, boom. We're just in this space. We're not going to get anything big, any big runners. We're just overall stuck in this really ugly small cap space as of right now. So your newest runner is MTVA. That's right, MTVA is popping up right now. That's about it. Other than that, we're looking at MTC, looking at MSGM. SPY's finally getting the rollback and the multi-day pullback that a lot of traders, I'm sure, have been expecting for a while. Let's get over some levels, though. All right, we'll go to the number one gainer there. MSGM come fly on up. I doubt she gets over pre-market high, and if she does, it's going to be later in the day like MTC yesterday. So, on the way up, 550 resistance is strong. I'd say 535 into 550, very strong. Now, I know we have the upper shadow at 580. I don't know that we mine that much today, but if you want to put orders in at that area for a move up today and a fail, not a bad idea. Now, going back to past chart history, I know we've seen this MSGM so many times. I call it Madison Square Garden. I don't know what I forgot what I put for the M, though. I was like, what do I say? But I know it's Madison Square Garden something I'd always call it. But it's motorsports games, I know. But I just would, MSGM. If you know MSG, Madison Square Garden. Anyway, on the way up, we've seen this play, like I said, a few times in the past. Pop, 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 pop. We've got some 605 resistance. Over 605 on MSGM. 605 resistance. 605 resistance. This is back in 2023, by the way. Watch for a pop-up somewhere right around 645 to 660. Over 645 to 660. I do see one upper shadow at 680. Kind of like today. Take that one with a grain of salt. Then we've got some resistance right around 715 area. Over 715. Then we got another nasty upper shadow in 2023 around 770. Then we got a dual top upper shadow from 2023 right around the 875 mark from 2023. So there are your levels on the way up. If somehow we do get to moving today, I doubt we do. On the way back on down, the main support I see, little juncture and after hours that we're hanging up today so far in pre-market, or was the bottom really, which is 420. That magical 20 we always talk about. Definitely have some at 460. So 460, 415, 420. If we crack 415, 420, watch for a pull down to around the 380 to 365 area. And there are your levels for MSGM. And I don't think we'll get lower than that today, honestly. I think we pull an MTC. If there's nothing moving, which I doubt we get, I would say we could pull an MTC today and then watch for this like 2-3 hours after the opening bell comes flying back on up. All right, over to MTC. This one's going to be on high. Watch running into a blue line of support resistance we have in from yesterday at 270. 275 area. If we pop over that strong resistance, we know at 3. Over 3, then there's just a ton of upper shadow starting around the 340 mark up to around that 380 mark. I don't know that we get through that line of resistance, honestly. Just Friday, this could be like the head and shoulders forming too, where the shoulder was Wednesday into Thursday. Yesterday was the head and today, and then we could form shoulder 2 today. So watch for that sell-off. In my opinion, back under 230, down to around the 215 area. Under 215 area in pre-market low, watch for a crack down to around 190, and under 190 down to around 160. If we crack 160, could hit yesterday's low area right around the 120 mark. Again, just that 275, that 270, 275, and then 3 is going to be key. If we get over that, then you've got another strong area right around 3, starting at 340 into 380. And by the way, team, real quickly, I am getting because Kevin Avery just went live. So if you follow Kevin Avery, it's the thing on your phone. So Hamilton, Jay Webb, anyone out there listening, I had a few people hit me up. So it's the red dot on your phone, essentially, that is what I'm looking for. So like the red dot when you go live, you know, that's what I'm looking for. So like the Kevin Avery thing, like I showed this to Jay Webb, and I just had Kevin Avery go live again. So looking for that right there, essentially. Like I was just showing, I don't know if it'll pop up and you guys can see it. There you go. That little red dot right there. That's what I was looking for. I don't know why the camera can't focus that close, but there's that little red dot. You can see what I'm talking about. That only pops up on your phone. I thought, like, it doesn't matter who goes live. Is if you go live on YouTube, that little red dot pops up. I thought they were typing it in. They were not typing it in. They were not. It's all good. I was just like, oh, cool. How are they doing that? I need that on mine. Good morning. How you doing, Reese? All right, more alerts. One last small cap play here. Last one I'm doing for small caps is going to be MTVA. MTVA has support right around 105. 105, which we're hitting right now. Under 105, we have a dip at 95, and then we have another dip down at 85. So really every 10 cents here, which is usually the case with these $1 plays. Over 120 in pre-market high. We just failed at 135. Over 135, watch for a pop-up to right around the 160-ish area. Over that, then we have a nasty upper shadow at 175. This is MTVA. We've seen this a couple of times. I think we looked at it earlier this year, but I know we looked at it about a month or so ago. In September. I guess that was about 2 months ago now. Again, slower mover. 10 to 15 cent intervals for this play. Yes. Yeah, I didn't know that at first. I just never paid attention to that until it finally hit me yesterday. Like 2 days ago, I was like, man, I need to get that. And then I started to look for it. I was like, oh, everyone has that when they go live. Cool. I thought they were doing it like on their own. All right, I'm going to take a small little 2-second break here, fill up my water. I've already drank this whole damn thing from last night. I'm freaking... Anywho, I am going to get some water, and after I get done getting water, we're doing large cap breakdown. So get ready for large cap alerts and levels. They're coming up next. Get my cat off my lap. He says, I want to hang out, Dad. Or she. I should say she. It's Lilu. Lilu. She's so awesome. Adopted her, rescued her on Halloween, literally on Halloween of last year. She'd just gotten, she had like a litter, they found whatever, she was off the streets, litter, had a bunch of babies. She just got spayed, and she had some big old boobies. You know, you can tell she just had kids. Huh, you just had some kittens. And there's such a sweet cat. Such a sweet cat. You can like literally do anything with her. You just like, ba, ba, beep, ba, boo, boo, ba, da, ba, ba. And then she makes those little noises. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba. All right, I'll be right back. Let me get some water. Let me get some water. Let's go here. How we doing, J-Bo? Get some levels in. Small caps dead. We already went over those. Good perfect line of resistance support yesterday, failing perfectly there this morning. Getting a double top at 260, then went at 275. Nice to see. MSGM, 550 resistance to right around 540-ish. Anyway, over and over and over. Looking like we may form that here at 115, 120 for MTVA. Let's get the large cap plays. Would love to see us sell off more today. AMD's already down too much. Damn it. Come on, AMD. What are you doing to me? Can you not just wait a little bit? You don't want me to trade you again? You scared or something over there, brother? Like always, if there's a ticker you want me to add to today's list, I'll do it at the very end. I'm going to get through these as quick as I can. I've got Michael Noss coming in to talk bots. Yes, today, Dual Stream Friday with Michael Noss. If you want to talk automated trading, you have questions about bots, you have questions about the stock market in general, large cap wise, especially to mid cap space, anything about stocks, he's got you covered. All right, over to large cap plays here. We go. SPY came down yesterday perfectly to my uptrend channel previously that we've had. We're running in and out of these lines pretty nicely, actually. And now I doubt today we get back above it, and that line will be my normal high of day, and I'll put that line in for you guys. I'll take a picture here in a second if you don't have the live stream, which you should be coming over and joining me live today for free. Anywho, but I'm going to zoom in then out. In, wide to go up. Up, wide. Well, yesterday's low and that uptrend channel is going to be today's normal high of day. And I know we're close to it, but I don't give three shits. That, to me, is going to be your normal high of day, 669. Over 669, watch for a pop to 670. Now, over 670, I think that's where we can get juicy and move all the way up. Oh, no, yeah, 670. And then we move all the way up to 672.35. That'll be my normal high of day. After hours high and pre-market high, that is my normal high of day, 672.35. If we somehow do get higher, we get to smoking and puffing, watch for move up to the reversal we had in power hour, right around 673.60 or so, 673.50. Now on the way down, watch for a move under 667. And under 667, watch for a move down. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. Watch for a move down. Whoa. 666 is definitely going to come into play today. Under 666, in my opinion, watch for a move. That's a move for normal low of day, though. We'd be taking it back to Wednesday, the 22nd of October, but that's a ways down. 663.50 is that's my ultimate low of day. 663.50, 663.30, the low from the 22nd of October. My normal low of day, I'm going to split the difference between that and 666. So we'll go 664.50 to 665, normal low of day. All right, over to Apple Slapple Sauce here. Ooh, still ugly. Yow! It's ugly. It's choppy. It's out to the right. I just would not day trade Apple. I just wouldn't. I'm not a fan of it. I mean, besides the earnings report, it's like literally if you look at the trend that we're in, it's just 266 and 270, 250. We just keep chopping around back and forth and then you go in within the day itself. There's no clear cut trade to be had. I just leave it alone. All right, over to AMD. AMD here. Wow, I love this play, but it's already crashed down fucking $10 today. I can't trade this. It's like, you've moved $10 already. I traded you yesterday after you moved. It's like, no, gosh darn it. Under 230, I don't see how this doesn't crash on down to around 228. I'm going to go normal low of day there because we're already down freaking $10 in pre-market. Under 228, watch for a move down. That's the 23rd. We're going back to the 23rd and 22nd of October again. And then that's the 23rd. The 22nd then takes it down to 225. I just don't see us getting lower than that today. 225. We're already down from the 35 mark or whatever, and that was a crack I wanted to have today. And we were actually in the 240. So again, 225 ultimate low of day. If we do get lower than 225, watch for a move down to 223.50. I don't think I've went up yet. On the way up, I was like, oh, you got to go up, Josh. On the way up, that 235 is going to be strong resistance. That's my normal low of day, or high of day, ultimate high of day. There's no way we're getting back to over pre-market high, but we'll go level-wise. 235, normal high. Over that, watch for a move to 236.25. Then to 237.15. Then to 239.30. And then up to that 240.80 mark ultimate high there. 235 normal. All right. Babbitt, not a fan of this one either. I mean, it just immediately looking at that chart, I kind of gave the, just not a pretty face. Not a pretty chart. I just don't like Babbitt right now. It's really up and down and choppy most days as well. It's a lot like Apple. I can't figure out which direction it wants to go. And same thing for the chart. I mean, we're up and then we're down, and we're up and then we're down. As far as like the daily here, not a fan of it. And the reason I'm even alerting those, so you can kind of go to the chart, put the 15-day, 15-minute time frame in, then go into the 3, 5, 10, 15-minute, even on the day itself, and look how ugly these charts are. Now, I shouldn't even give these alerts and try to find better looking charts, but I at least want to put that out there for you guys so you can get my thought process of what is pretty and what is ugly. Front and AC, how we doing? Yeah, front and AC, that was gorgeous yesterday. Front and AC talking about AMD's trade. I did that live on Trade the Pool. It was a money trade. Google's pretty ugly too and trapped. It's caught in a trap. I mean, going back to yesterday, I'll give levels on it because I don't want to do this at every play, but gee golly, this is ugly and trapped. Resistance at 284.60. Over that, watch for a pop up to around 285.40. Over 285.40, 286. Over 286, then I see a level right around 286.80. It's the high from Wednesday. Good reversal there yesterday. Then over that, we have another reversal, 287.80. I'm going to go 280 pre-market high. Also, that reversal yesterday, and then also the high from Wednesday, 286.80, normal high of day. If we get over that, watch for the move to 287.80, and that's my ultimate high of day. On the way down, major support bounced at yesterday's low, pre-market low, 281.60, normal low of day. It's the high from Tuesday. Watch for a crack of that down to Monday's low of 280.50. Under that, watch for a move down to around 278.75, 279. I'm going to go ultimate low of day there, and this play's just caught and trapped. You guys enjoying the levels? Level up, level out. Here we go. Over to Meta, baby. Ooh, now Meta doesn't look too bad. Now, it does have a little too much movement here in pre-market, but good golly, this looks good to short for more. Just like AMD. Watch this down to at least 610, in my opinion, before we see a reversal. And then you've got to do some digging here. You got to go back to the trenches to find the last time that this play was this low. And then I will say under 610, watch for a move down to around, we'll go 6. Yeah, 610 is going to have some resistance on the way down. Support, really, however you want to word it. 610, and then under that, I'm going to go a little bit lower for your normal low of day down to 606. And under 606, we go to 604. Under 604, we go down to 601.50. And I'm going to call 600 ultimate low of day. We may find our way down to the 500s here, but again, we have already crashed when you think about this team. 640 yesterday, right? Pre-market 620. This play doesn't move $30, $40 every day. It moves about 15, 20 at most. And then usually if you look at the days that we've really moved in pre-market, we'll go up. You know, we have been moving bigger again there. Finally, for a few weeks, Meta was really smaller. We're moving a little bit bigger, so there is that. So that's where I'm going to go, but stop there at around that 600 mark on the way down. Maybe it goes a little bit lower. On the way up, strong resistance is going to be at the pre-market reversal and after hours low, 616.75 into around 617.75, we'll call it. That'll be your normal high of day. Before you get there, you're going to have resistance at 615. Over 615 to that 617.50 to 618.50. Ultimate high of day then goes up to around 619. And over 619, I'm going to include it, even though I don't know that we'll get there, 620.30. And over 620.30 to after hours high and pre-market high, right around 621.50 to 622, ultimate high of day. All right, all right, all right. Let's keep this boat moving here. Over to NVDA. Over to NVDA. Here we go. Coming on down as well this play is. I don't like it as much as a daily mover as, of course, my AMD and Meta, but levels for this. We're running back an old all-time high area, so that's the one thing about the caveat for this play is we're running back into that 184, 185 mark. So this is going to be old resistance, new support kind of stuff. So right now we're at 185 or so, and that's the high of day going back to Monday the 20th of October. If we crack that, watch for the move to the high of the 17th of October, which that was the Friday we're at the money show, which is right around the 184.30 to 184 mark. Under that, watch the move down to 183.30. Under 183.30 to 183, which will be your normal low of day. It's a lot. That's a high from Wednesday, the 22nd, the 23rd. Watch for a move down to 182.50, then down to 182. And I'm not going much lower, but I'm going to go down to 181.50 area for your ultimate low of day. Now on the way back on up, resistance, yesterday's low, after hours low, right around 186.35. Over 186.35 to 188. Over 188 to 189.80. Ooh. Actually, I'm going to go to that 186.50 mark after hours low, yesterday's low, normal low of day, or no, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to pre-market high, after hours high, 186.80, 186, or 189, sorry team, 189.70, 189.85 area. So normal high of day, 186.50 area, ultimate high of day, 189.75 area. All right, all right, all right. PLTR, another play that's looking to come down for more today. It looks like, again, the market is getting that sell-off. Under 171.65, watch for move down to Wednesday, the 22nd of October's low, which is 169.50. Son of a, get out of my life. So that is going down to 169.50, Wednesday the 22nd. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, you've got to go back in time and find the last time you were in this area. Which is then going back into September. There's a little sandwich area right around 168.30, and I'm going to go there for your ultimate low of day. On the way back on up for PLTR, 174.15 resistance. Over 174.15 to 175.25. Over 175.25, watch for a pop-up. 175, yeah, 175 area is really tough resistance. First, you have 174.25, then 175 to 175.25. Over that, watch for move to 176.50. That'll be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, if we can get back there, takes it to pre-market high right around 178. All right, over to the Qs. Again, under 607.50, more pullback time, baby. Under 607.50, watch for the move down to 606. Under 606, we go down to around 604. 604, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 603. On the way up, the same thing for across the board. Yesterday's after hours and yesterday's low of day in market, 610, 610.35, not normal. That'll be resistance. Over 610.35, watch the move up to 611.60 to 612. Over that, that'll be your normal high of day. Over 612, watch for the move up to pre-market and after hours high, right around 614, ultimate high there. And lastly here, let's get over to Tesla and the shareholders meeting thingamajigger and the vote and the hurdles Elon Musk must clear to unlock 1 trillion in Tesla Pay. Anyway, stupid. 1 trillion, really? Can he just give back a lot of? Why wouldn't he? Just like, come on, if I had $1 trillion, I'd be doing so many cool giveaways for people. I'd do my own lottery. Anyway, Tesla is a very ugly, choppy daily chart. I'm not a big fan of Tesla overall for the day trades of the fact, so I'm actually going to just give you highs and lows and not give you levels, because good God, this is ugly. Your normal high of day is going to be 451. Ultimate high of day takes it back to pre-market high and 456. On the way down, normal low of day, watch for a crack of 430. Let me zoom in a little bit. Watch for a crack of 435, yesterday's low of day. Under 435, we go down to around 430.70. I'm going to go 430.70 Normal low of day. That's the low from Friday the 24th and pre-market low from this Tuesday. Under 430.70, and we crack out of this channel finally a little bit. And we go down. Now, where do we go down to? Yee. That 430.70 is nice. I like that area, 430.50. Watch for a move down to around, in my opinion, at least minimum 429 and under 429 to 426.50. I'll go 426.50, 427, ultimate low of day. 430 area, normal low. Really, the only place to trade at the bell would be watching for more continuation. Of course, going back through some of these plays. Q, SPY, PLTR, NVDA. Definitely looks like it wants to crack down for more. My favorite of them all, though, of course, is going to be Meta. I do love Meta here recently in the crackbacks, and especially this chart today. So watch that under 612.50 for the Dumparooski. And, you know, I love some AMD. So AMD under this pre-market low in 230. Watch for the move on down. So those I like a lot. It's just the only thing about them. The only caveat is that they've moved so much in pre-market, so I'm not going to trade the bell. I don't like when they move that much. I mean, that's why I traded AMD yesterday, because it was pretty tight at the bell, and then it just had the dump, and it was bear flag on bear flag. Now, maybe we get that today, like we did yesterday. If you watch me on TTP or even my live stream, I called that out before I went over to TTP, watching and waiting for the crack of like I forgot what it was. Like, I really can't remember, like 241.50, something. It was already down a lot. Yeah, it's 241, 241.50, yeah. So let's see if we get bear flag on bear flag. Again, I will wait. Come join my live stream, but I'm not trading at the bell today. Now for small caps, definitely not touching these guys today. Ugly, ugly, ugly sauce. If you like shorting the top, today's your day. I mean, you're going to get small moves and you're going to short the top. I would be looking at 120 for MTVA, 550, 570 up to for SGM. MTC 270, 275. I'll be looking at large caps today, mostly for the most part, for my trades if I'm looking to trade. And oh yeah, I'm not even going to trade at the bell. Because why? Because I'm about to have Michael Noss on to talk bots. So I'm going to have Michael Noss on. Come join me live right now if you want to hear about automated trading and bots. What Michael Noss, he's been in the market for about 20 years now. He knows more stocks market stuff than most of the guys you know for sure. So come over and learn from Michael Noss. If you have questions about bots and automated trading, get them ready. I'm about to have him on in about 5 minutes. All right. What's up, Matt? How you doing, baby boy, if you're still around? Matty Cakes. Matty Cakes. Matty Cakes. All right. All right, cool. Any questions, any last stocks you guys want me to break down at all? HLOY. Yeah. Like I said, any last tickers you want me to break down, you better put them in chat right fucking now. Yeah, same thing right here, Myron. I mean, get ready to short the top 18 times today. 360 into 380 is where I'd put orders at, boss. So like 360 into 380 is where you'd put orders at and just look for a reversal. Nothing down below. I mean, there's just nothing here, you know. It's just inconsistent volume down in this area, you can tell, in real choppy charts. So there's like, I don't know if I'd take a 320 shelf crack, you know, because just, are you going to land here? Are you going to land here? Or where are you going to land at? I would just wait for this to move up to this area. I mean, just everything you're seeing today is the exact, I feel like I'm looking at the same chart over and over and over. Just like, geez, that again, it's like the same thing I've just looked at, just different tickers. Yeah, Jason, ready for the bot talk. Bot. He says my name is Nas. It's funny because at first when they were saying that, I'm like, am I hearing his last name right? And yeah, it's Nas, baby, because of course, Fast and Furious. I mean, You can't, if you don't correlate the word or verbiage NOS to Fast and Furious, or like, you know, the what do they call JPM, JDC, whatever, the Japanese, whatever, the European, well, not European, but the like Asian cars, the Japanese cars, like Honda, the Toyotas, the Nissans. It's like, you just straight correlate straight to, it's just like my brain immediately. Yeah, it's just very low volume. I don't like it. I just don't want to like that. It's very inconsistent. You know, just all these charts today. If you're anything, you're shorting the top. You're waiting for a pop into this bullshit for the reversal down. I mean, this I don't like when I see this right here on the. You know, what I want to see, and we'll go back to like yesterday's chart. I know it's the SPY. I want to see this. I want to see this. This is what I want to see, especially this. That's sexy. When you see a small cap play that has volume like this right here, that's where it's at. You know, not this. Right? And then yeah, you know, this is what I'm talking about. That's sexy. This is really nice right there. All right, let's get them on. Here we go. Let's get the man on. JDM, yeah. What was it called? I knew it started with the J. I just didn't know how it finished. All right, let's get it going. Any other tickers, real quickly? Any last tickers you want me to break down? Anything else at all? Any last tickers? Any last tickers? There you go. Oh, yeah. Futures are crazy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can be up 5K and down 5K before you know it. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get them on and just want to make sure we're good to go. We're good to go. Let me get them on. Let me get them on. Let me get them on. And we'll get to recording right now. Make sure he's ready to rock and roll. And, of course, this is a dual stream Friday with Michael Noss, the man, the myth, the legend. He's been doing this for quite a long time. Let's get the Zoom pulled up here. Sign in to start. Have I not already signed in? Okay, you got to be kidding me. I thought I was signed in. I guess yesterday I shut my computer down. That's right. I had to shut it down yesterday and give it the old restart. Give it the old restart. There it is. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. Boom shakalaka. Bamity bam. All right. Now we can get it rocking and rolling. All right. There he is. There we go. Now we're rocking. Now we're rolling.
Yo.
How we doing, brother?
Oh, I'm doing.
Is this like, especially for me, I know it is. It's just like nonstop for you. You're just like always in front of the mic. I gotta go to this thing, and I gotta do this thing, and now I gotta go live here.
It's one of the reasons for like the whole green screen setup and everything too, is just like sometimes I record multiple videos and I just click a button to change what the background looks like, so it doesn't look like I've just been sitting here my whole life.
Yeah, you're like, you have to like, let me hold on. You get off camera, you put something new on, you change, your shirt. I'm surprised today you didn't want to go with my background, and we could match up together.
I don't. It seemed creepy to save it, so I didn't save it.
Say creepy to sell love. At least you're honest about it. Yeah, that was just a little weird. I don't know if I'd do that. All right, so I want to get just straight into it, like that. For a lot of traders that do not or may not know, let's just go into a little introduction about who you are, what you do, how long you've been trading, even like that, where you just came from. Like, I know you're on a podcast, so kind of like I always start my one-on-ones with kind of give me your biography, like your stock trading background from where
Hmm.
you started to where you got, to where you're at now. So just kind of give everyone a little tidbit and even fill me in on some of the holes that I may not know about.
Yeah, sure. So I'm old, so the story is going to be long, but I'll try to make it short. But yeah, I started trading in university. There was a prop firm there, and prop firms then are a little different than they are now, where you have before it was regulatory, I guess has changed a lot of this, but they were looking for kids and they were looking for young people, and the reason for that is that they were before computers, before bots, before HFT systems, we were kind of the HFTs. Like I would put in, you know, thousands of different, videos and thousands of, you know, or sorry, geez, videos. My brain. I gotta
Yeah,
get this
it's
coffee, but
Friday. It's Friday.
um, I know it's Friday. The coffee's not really done, but yeah, the I would do tons and tons of trades a day, like hundreds, like three, 400. I think 1,000. I did at one time or one
Wow.
day, like pure scalping, bid and on the ask, and getting paid commissions for that side of things, and the that's what we did right before the computers kind of came along. So they just wanted people right out of university. Again, the questions weren't about my finance degrees. The wasn't about any of that kind of stuff. It was just I really got in because I played StarCraft at like you could say a beer league kind of level. And I guess for those, I don't think StarCraft's around anymore. So it's like a super hyper fast like 3D chess game.
Yeah.
And yeah, that ended up being a kind of a really good way to kind of get into it and get started with the market because I was in university at the time, and they would come along and they would say something, and then you would go into the market and see something completely different. Like you'd be in finance class and they'd say no one can manipulate the market and blah 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 blah, and then you'd go and you'd see people manipulate the market, and technical analysis doesn't work, and it's all about value investing or whatever. And then I'd literally run from university to the office that the prop firm was at, kind of back and forth, and you'd go and you'd see some guy make 20, 30 grand in a day from technical analysis. So you would see these things. And then from there, it just became, okay, so I understand that I'm not learning what I want to in school, so let me just get into the game. So we did that for a while, and that was good. I ended up paying for my whole university trading at that prop firm. And again, it was a really, really good time, met a lot of great people. And from there, when kind of the market got really computerized, the games that we're playing, that's how I'll describe them. There's a lot of games. I don't even know if it was trading. It was just playing these little games, and they stopped working. So there's a lot of people out there who kind of refused to adapt and didn't really have a game plan on how to actually trade. They just wanted to play these little games that existed because the market was inefficient at the time. There was no computerized systems out there. So then from there, I went and I started to work with different hedge funds. This was around 2008, where no one trusted any type of hedge fund that existed because of Bernie Madoff, who was right, great Netflix special on him, a
Yeah.
giant, giant scam. It's like the largest Ponzi scheme in the history of the world. And yeah, cool, like really good documentary, explains it all very well. And from there, ended up just working with them for 5 or 10 years. So we would go into different hedge funds, and they wanted, there was an accountant and a lawyer, and then myself, who was knowledgeable about trading and the markets and all that. We would just try to make sure that these people were actually legitimate, that they were doing things that were legitimate. They were actually trading. And the beauty of that is I got to see how all of the hedge funds, we tons of hedge funds, maybe 100 hedge funds
Wow.
in my day, of how they traded, how they worked, all of that kind of stuff. And at the same time, I'm still, swing trading and doing all that myself at the same time. And yeah, after that, I kind of went to go on my own and started trading. That company essentially got bought out, so got a little bit of chunk from that and took that. Decided to go back into the markets, then just realize that trying to do the whole eat what you kill thing for all of your income
Yeah.
is stressful and not ideal. So started to work with some fintech companies and some crypto startups and different things like this. Like I won't get into all of it, but a lot of fun there, something to do. And then slowly over time, just became more and more systematic with my trading and seeing this kind of stuff with systematic traders working consistently over and over and again got me into that mindset. And then somewhere along the way, I took my CMT as well. Some really good work with that community, and just keep moving at it. So now I run my website called statsedgetrading.com, where I kind of give the output of the strategies that I build every day. And then at the same time, I do some streaming with this lovely guy, Josh, at Trade the Pool.
That's awesome. So yeah, it's kind of a cool story, just show your overall process of, when you started it and how it was back then to where it's at now. I mean, I obviously just how would just go from a 1 to 10 scale. How much easier is it to trade now versus when you first started?
The barrier for entries are way lower, right? Anyone can trade now. There was no back in the day. There was no opening a brokerage account to trade. That was still $9.99 a trade, right? That's what you would be. It was $9 for every single trade in and out.
Right.
It was very, very hard to actually get in. The games made it a lot easier because essentially what I mean the games is that the market was kind of half computerized at that point. So you had a computer side of the market, and then you had the actual market maker who would sit there on the floor with a funny jacket, blah blah. And because there was a brief moment in time where you could be the computer side of things and then kind of mess with the floor guy at the same time. It meant that it was easier in the respects that you could read the tape and it meant something, I guess is
Right.
the best way to put it. There was no hidden orders and dark pools and refreshing order. Like right now, even myself as a small retail trader, I don't show my orders. So you better believe there's hedge funds aren't. But before they could, if a guy was trying to sell on the bid and he's trying to sell on the ask 100,000 shares, he would just put it up there and you could see it. And then you could try to short on the bid and make some money around them. So just it was more games, I would say, than it was actual trading. And now that the market's got more efficient, it's more kind of actual trading.
Yeah. So how many different throughout the years or so? I even would love to know, when did you start doing like kind of like the money show and giving presentations, and when were you and joining podcasts? When did that all start? And how long have you been doing those?
It's funny. I actually got into trading because I didn't want to do sales or like public stuff.
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of like be my introvert self and do my math and all of that. But it started pretty quickly, and it actually started to. It's funny enough. It's embarrassing, so don't do it. But if you do Michael Noss on YouTube, you can go to my YouTube channel and you can go sort like by oldest.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
There was me making videos back in probably 2010
Wow.
at this point, and just like little stupid videos. And I at that point I'm like 20 and just an idiot. But I left them up just to for an archive. And
Yeah.
that's actually how I got initially started with Trade Ideas, which I worked with, and I was kind of the face of. You can still go to their channel today, a year later, and see a lot of my mug over there. And a lot of that just started because I was using their software and their platform at the time, and just kind of fell into it. So they just kind of approached me and said, "Hey, we need someone to do the content and the speeches and all of that." So that was a big part of it. And then when I got my CMT, that was another big part of it because the CMT it helps a lot with just reputable, like how reputable you are with trading in general. Whereas anyone can draw some lines on a chart, and some are amazing at it, and some not so much. But having the CMT just kind of helps to say, okay, well, this person at least has actually kind of studied this.
Yeah.
So when you get that, you get invited into kind of more places as well. So I actually found out that I liked it. That's why I'm here doing stuff like this, even though I initially tried to avoid it like the
Right.
absolute plague.
And how do you, and speaking of, what is the process of? Because I've never even looked into it. I've heard it and seen it, but I've never looked up what's the process of getting a CMT.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, CMT, a lot of people have heard of the CFA, and
Right.
the CFA studies the business, it studies the the income statements and balance sheets and all of the fundamental side of things. So what happened was there was kind of a void there of the technical side of things. And the guy who started ours years and years ago, Ralph Alcampora, actually, he was testifying in front of your guys' Senate to get it kind of on par with the CFA for licensing and regulation and all that, to make it a legitimate thing. And, really cool story about that is the last fight he had with one of the senators is, the senator was saying, hey, and he's holding up a chart. He was saying, what's on here? It's just, it's a bunch of lines or whatever it is. And Ralph, I guess, stood up and picked up an income statement that had been revised 5 or 6 times because they can just revise numbers and income statements whenever they want. And he said, the price of Apple tomorrow will be the price of Apple tomorrow. He's like, so we're operating on that. But anyways, that's how we got the prestige we are. It's like you can't go and revise price action. But
Right.
essentially, it's a 3-part course. You go through and you take. I would say most people in this call would probably zoom through level one pretty easily. It's basic price action and trend and support and resistance. And then it kind of gets more into the history of technical analysis and all of that, and then more into more advanced topics of intermarket analysis and quantitative things and that side of it. And yeah, so there's about 3 exams, heavily kind of regulated type exams. And then after that, you have to get vouched for or sponsored by a couple current sitting CMTs. And then you get your license and you're allowed to tell someone that you're a chartered market technician.
All
And
right.
again, just adds, if anyone's looking for a career in the industry, I highly recommend it. If you're just looking to be the best trader out there, you don't obviously necessarily need it. There's a lot of great traders who aren't that. But yeah, I like it. I think it's great to, it's a little bit of a club, it's a little bit of camaraderie. And again, if you're looking to get into technical analysis as a career, it's a good way to say, okay, I've studied, I've been vetted, I had to write reports, I had to pass tests. It's a lot of things across. But yeah, it's a journey. It's 3+ years probably to get it. Most people, I think it takes 2.5, 3 years.
Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely. I love talking, obviously, and in front of people. So I definitely am looking to get that for sure. So I'll. You will hopefully you can vouch for me then. I don't know how does that work? Kind of
Yeah.
do I reach out to people and say, hey, will you vouch for
Yep.
me, or is that how that works?
Yeah, there's programs if you don't know anyone, where you can like write an essay or do some sort of work in the technical analysis field and present that to people, and
Gotcha.
it's really not that hard to get that. But if you know people, right, which again you know me, so I would put you down for a name, but you can just reach out to
Yeah.
people as well, and
Sweet.
it's mainly just to make it's like a last ditch filtering mechanism. Right. Just like the CFA, they
Yeah.
don't, they take the tests and then for the CFA, I think you have to have some work experience, that type of thing. It's the same deal,
Right.
right? Where we just want to make sure that uh, they're bringing in people that are reputable to keep the prestige and all
Right.
that kind of stuff of the
Yeah.
CMT.
Makes sense, yeah, yeah. You don't want to be bringing in some bums and like, oh yeah, you're bringing the GP. Like I just think of like back to sports, and I'm always like, there's that one guy on the team that's bringing everyone's GPA up. He's like the guy on the bench that never plays, like that smart white guy. Usually, yeah. I don't want to be the opposite
Hmm.
of that, where you're bringing in the guy with the bad GPA and you're lowering you're lowering the standard. You don't want that to happen. So market space, where did you start out with as far as like large cap, small cap? To where you're at now. Where have you traded? What have you liked to trade? And kind of talk about that from when you first started. What space were you in? What sector? All the way to what you're trading and looking at now.
Yeah, uh so I started primarily day when I was at the prop firm. This was like hyper scalping, like minutes here or there. I'd be in and out in seconds sometimes. From there, I think a combination of being old and kind of not wanting to do a lot of that anymore. I spent a lot of time expanding out in time into swings and more longer term kind of position trades. And then when I became systematic, I stopped worrying about time frames and things like that. All I did was went through and if I can develop a system and find a system that has some edge to it, I'll trade it.
Right.
And regardless of market, regardless of time frame, whatever it is, because the way my whole kind of theory of trading over time, after spending far too long and far too many years focusing on what is the optimal, what is the best system out there, what is the thing that's going to make me the most amount of money, I realize there is none, right? There's systems that work at different times. There's some systems that are going to do fantastic at certain times, and other systems that are going to do very poorly at certain times. So your best bet, in my opinion, is to focus on systems across time frames so that hopefully at all times you have some system that is working well. So I try to do actually as much as possible across as many different areas of the market, time frames, systems, right? Day trading with, trade the pool using their capital for that. Looking can do some future stuff, some crypto stuff, kind of whatever it is. Because when you become a systems trader, again, you're not looking at the individual stocks or the individual price actions. You're just looking at the system in general. And if the system's doing well, then so will you.
So, how did you get into the bots? Where did this all come from?
A couple places. So one is, I went to all these hedge funds. I'd say that's probably where it started. No, let's go even further back. So the prop firm, I noticed that there's the people at the prop firm that were, shouting and pounding the table and throwing computer monitors and all that kind of stuff around. And sometimes they would make really big money really quickly, and then they would all fade out and kind of go to zero. And then there was like the quiet guy in the back of the room who would come in every day. He never got heated in any direction. He never got too excited, never got too bummed. He just went through, and that guy, at the end, we had a leaderboard for the office of how much people, basically how much money people would make, to kind of convince those people as well. Then this idea kind of got in my head is like how to be more like him. So I intentionally asked to sit down next to that guy who was always near the top of the leaderboard and did very well. And I kind of said, okay, what are you doing? And he just had basic ideas. He's like, I came in, I have these scans, they trigger at these times, again, well before pure systematic trading. And then when I went to the hedge funds, it was a lot of the same things, right? There was hedge funds that had like a brilliant idea that worked for a brief period of time, and they made tons and tons and tons of money for that period of time. And then they would all go to zero. They would all go to at some point, right? They would raise so much money that they'd get so big that their edge would no longer work, and then eventually would go down. But there was one hedge fund that I went to where most of them were what you'd expect, like real stuffy dudes, walking around and with their chest out and fancy suits and fancy watches and blah blah. And there was one that I went. There was one guy in a room, and he had a giant computer, and he was wearing just shorts and sandals, and he had his feet up on the desk, and he had a giant red button on his desk. And I asked him what the button was for, and he's like, "Oh, that's in case another terrorist attack or something like that. I hit the button and all the systems stop." And he was our best client because, as opposed to kind of a boom and bust mentality, this guy made market beating returns kind of year over year over year, 20, 30, 40% returns, just consistently nonstop. And he was the first kind of quant that I met that it was just him. He had people doing his accounting and all that kind of stuff. But for trading and portfolio management, he's like, I work on my models all day and the models trade the system and away you go. And it just, that to me, that was like, okay, that's the life. That guy figured it out. So I'm going to be more like him. So not only that he seemed to be just way more chill with everything that happened, but it also is that his returns were so much more consistent, and a consistent return over time will tranche a amazing return that crashes kind of over and over again. That's what most traders I find they're in that cycle of is they do something and it does well and then it crashes and it does poorly and they're in this cycle of boom and bust forever. Whereas that guy was just kind of burning through. So when I went back to kind of trade for myself, I tried to go back to the way that I traded initially, the scalping, realized the market had changed just entirely. So what I was doing is I built some scans with, again, trade ideas, which I was working at the time that looked for some very basic ideas. It was basically, show me stocks that are up, like on a 15-minute candle, like up like 7 or 8 candles in a row. And I'd
Right.
look to short those, and down 7 or 8 candles in a row, and I'd look to buy those. And then, I remember one day the wife walks into the office and I got my feet up on the desk and I'm not doing anything. And she's like, well, it's like, why don't you go do something? She's like, well, I'm waiting for this box from Trade Ideas to generate a signal so I can take a trade. She's like, well, why don't you get a robot to do that? And I was like, holy shit. Like, it was just one of those like aha moments. So then I kind of went down um, the road from there, and I just kind of focused on that more and more, and then that kind of opened the door, and I said, yeah, I like this more and more. And then I did one experiment, I remember, for 6 months where I did my own trading versus a very simple system um, that did just what I talked about. It's basically buying oversold stocks and selling overbought stocks, and the system did not as well, but close. But I wouldn't have had to do anything to do it. So those two were kind of my light bulb moments too. Oh, why don't I just do that, right?
Yeah. And is I was going to say break down your go to, of course I don't want to have, because I'm sure it's like you said, it's weeks and months of getting these your program and the bot kind of going, but what would be your go to bot program that you would tell traders if you're going to design one? What works the best for you?
Sorry, can you just repeat that? I just
Your
want to make sure I got it
Yeah, what works best
fully.
for you, like as far as your bots are concerned, like if you had a
Yeah.
trader, because there's like I know there's one of my guys that comes over to the live stream on TTP. He's got some bots going. He's really wanting to, hearing from you. And there's a lot of those traders I've noticed that have now getting into that. Man, I didn't know about that, or I want to get into that. So what would be like when you started designing your bots, or if you have one now? Is my point that you have an automated trading system. What would you tell traders? What's working best for you? Like what setup is just like your go-to? Like if you had to have one, like last week I asked the guys on the round table, if you had one indicator you could use for the rest of your career, what would it be? If you had one go-to setup for that bot to trade for the rest of your journey, again, markets do change, but let's just say currently right now, if you had one to use for the rest of the year and the next year, what would it be?
The All systems I think can be broken down into three categories. And the three categories are essentially trend following or momentum, call it the same thing, pullback and mean reversion. Those are like the three things that you can basically do. And everything is going to be some idea or context of those things. And the way I look at it is that's your kind of pick one of those that you like the best and just focus on kind of refining that. Now, again, my philosophy is I don't think there is one system. I don't think that exists. The But, right, if you just say, I like mean reversion better, I'm someone who likes to really buy dips, then great, right? You can develop a basic mean reversion strategy, go from there. For me personally, I really like pullback trades. And the idea of that is just I want something that was very, very strong. I want to be able to bid on a pullback and get to a nice little price there. And then look for some continuation higher, right? It's not working this week because the market's just kind of drifting down over
Right.
time. But often that's kind of what I look for. But there's some people who might look at that and say, well, I don't, have the patience or the ability or whatever to trade pullbacks. And I say, okay, in that case, maybe momentum. It's a very, very kind of personable thing. And momentum essentially just means you're looking for some sort of continuation high or some sort of breakout of a prior candle's high or some sort of breakout of whether it's a daily, weekly, a monthly candle, something like that. So
Right.
the yeah, that idea is just take all of the trading in the world, bucket it into groups, find the bucket that makes the most sense to you, and then kind of focus on that. And then also time frame. And I think that's really, really important. If you're not going to automate as well, the idea is that you want to, if you're doing it yourself, you have to design trading around your life instead of trying to design your life around trading. I always think that's something that a lot of people fail at. Like they've got a really busy life and they try day trading. or maybe they don't have a really busy life and they want to do, or then they have small account values and they want to try investing. So yeah, it's just so insanely personal. For me, I will always be in that kind of give me as much as possible because I have it systematized. But if you don't yet, definitely just start with one solid idea, right? Breakout, pullback, mean reversion.
Right.
Focus on that for one time frame. And when you have that down and something that you can turn into a system, then incorporate another one and so on and so forth, right?
Yep. It's got a question here in chat. It says Legendary BM says, if I wanted to create a system that automatically trades for me under certain conditions, what are the
hmm
tools I would use? What programs? What coding software? What are the first steps?
Well, first step I always think is to pick a back tester. And this is the where you will spend the most time. So it's probably the most important side of it, right? And don't use TradingView. I'm sorry. Uh, a real back tester. And the two that I recommend the most and that I look at the most is Real Test. Real Test is my favorite. The limitation is it only has daily bars. So if you want to do intraday trading, it won't work for you. And then the other one is called Amni Broker. And these have their own kind of scripting and coding languages. So you have to get into that somewhat. However, with AI, like I'm not a coder, so I've gotten way deeper over the last 2, 3 years into systematic trading because system or I can have these things kind of help me code and help me build. The so right from there, because you got to start with the back test. There's the problem with people who will just look and say, okay, well, this person has told me that I should buy a 200-day moving average, so I'm going to do it. Right? It's like that may work and it may work for a while and it may be fantastic and it could be a great strategy for the long run. But the problem is that the first time you come into a drawdown, you're going to be hoeing and humming and cursing that guy out, right? When it's really not, it's a great strategy, just every strategy has a drawdown. So the back test is very important. So I would first start with the back testing. And once you get to a point where you have something, you're like, I've tested it. All of my setups on my website and all the setups I use, I have 25-year plus back tests. I mean, that incorporate thousands of trades. I know when they work. I know when they don't work. I know all of these type of things. And so I'm not concerned. Like, again, this week, my accounts are not having a good time for the investment and the swing side of things. That's okay. Because I have that kind of data, and that data gives me the confidence that over time, these things will make money. So that's kind of step one. And then the rest of it, I would say, is easier. Getting the actual physical trading done is way simpler. So, the setup that you have with Trade the Pool, for example, is pretty simple, where you can use TradingView or TrendSpider. And then there's a service called Signal Stack, which is actually made by the people at TrendSpider, and they will just send orders from a TradingView indicator that you build directly to interactive brokers. I think you can do Thinkorswim. I'd have to check on that. Trade the Pool, all of those kind of things, right? The idea is that sending the order is very simple nowadays. It wouldn't have been simple years ago. It would be simple nowadays, right?
Sweet. No, that was a great question because that's one of the things that I was going to ask for before you got out of here. Because I know I didn't want to. I'm going to keep it easy on you today. I don't want. I know you talk. And you
That's fine.
just got out of a podcast earlier, and you just nonstop. So like I said, I'll just kind of stop it right there. Any last questions anyone wants to put in the chat, go ahead. I know I want to get you out of here, so you
Yeah.
get a few minutes break before the top of the hour, and you got to move on to your next thing. But have you
No,
on
I've got a
hopefully at the end.
couple.
Go. What were you saying?
I got a couple minutes. If anyone's got a couple more questions,
Yeah.
definitely feel free.
Yeah, and then have you on at the end of the month again. So I'm sure I'll have traders that'll come over later in the day or next week, and I watched it, and then they'll have questions, and of course then you're not on at that point. So what I like to do is get a new trader on every Friday, right, and then at the end of the month invite you all back on. So at the end of the month, if you're
Cool.
around. Which is our Black Friday, we'll be, I still will be going live that day, but at the day after our Thanksgiving, that's the last Friday of the month that, this month, obviously, as it is every month in November. Yeah. Have you back on then
Cool.
again, and then whatever questions I know I'm going to get over the next 5 to 7 days when I'm streaming, I will then have, have to ask you then. But man, I appreciate you coming on and talking.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're very experienced. You've been doing this for quite a while, and you have a lot of good knowledge and information not only about the stock market, but then all the other things that you do, like the automated trading, the bots, the systematic side of things as well, or even the hedge funds,
Yes.
the prop firms. I mean, it's like you've dabbled in a little bit of everything over the years, which is really cool. So you've got
And
that
I
base.
I think you have to, right? And it's like I've come to my process that works for me, but it might not work for anyone in the stream, and that's totally fine. But I think you do have to dabble a little bit, especially if you're young and you're new at this. I encourage people to try everything, especially with, like prop firms. Like there's forex prop firms and futures prop firms and equity prop firms and all of these different things. Get a couple $100 and buy an account to all of them and start to play with day trading and swing trading and blah blah. And that's kind of, I guess, my final thoughts is don't try to emulate what you see someone else do. Try a little bit of everything and make sense. There's a lot of people out there. My bot's taken like 5 trades today. I don't know what they are. I haven't gone over to that screen to look. Some people that would drive me nuts.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm up a couple $100 today. I don't know if I'm down a couple $100. I have no idea what if I'm making or losing money, and that may be hard for a lot of people. And a lot of people wouldn't like. They want the control of the trade as well. So I always make a case for systematic trading because I think it's hugely important. I think everyone should at least dabble in it, because even if you only become, if I can only push you 20% of the way to be more systematic, I think you'll be a better trader. But yeah, I think you got to play around, and I think the environment is better now with the way the prop firms are going. I hear you guys down in the States, you're getting rid of your pattern day trader rule soon, or at least limiting
Yeah.
it to a much smaller amount. It's the time. It's the time to get started, I think. And
Yep.
yeah, so just play around with everything.
Yep. Top trader here, one of my top guys over here, one of my top gun pilots, so to speak. Saw your TTP video, and I have developed and deployed a bot on a TTP account. Are your bots algorithm, if I can say this word, it's hard for me, algorithmic or AI assisted on TrendSpider?
They are completely algorithmic. So what I do is that real test um, that I that real test system that I talk about. I have a back test, um, and with that back test every night, it outputs a whole bunch of symbols that could um, the it puts out a bunch of symbols like 40, I think, or 50 last night. I was actually just looking. Of those, maybe only a handful will trigger. So what I do is I go in and I put those into TradingView or TrendSpider and say, hey, if this condition is met, send an order. Because I don't want to put orders out for all 50 symbols because that would just chew up your buying power immediately. Um, but I'm able to then, so to break it down, sorry to make it complicated, but real test, I have the back test. It says, okay, over 25 years, if you do this thing, you make X amount, it's right 55% of the time, and you make, 1.5 to 1 R on average, that type of thing. And that's the numbers. And then every night it goes, okay, here are the symbols that meet that criteria of that back test. And then I throw those into the TrendSpider or TradingView and say, okay, if they meet the criteria of what the thing is looking for, send an order, send a get in, send a stop loss, and a profit target, whatever the strategy is. And then that goes from there over to trade the pool. So AI assisted only in the sense that I use AI to help me code. I love AI. I use it like nonstop all the time for everything. I'm a super AI addict. What I don't want people to do is to try to have AI learn to trade for them. I don't think that is there yet, and I really don't think it will ever be. That's a conversation for another day. But what you want to use AI to do is to make you better at what you're bad at. I don't know how to code, right?
Right.
So what I can do is I can say, hey, I'm working with real tests. This is what I'm trying to do. And it can give me a framework, and I can kind of, edit it and change it and do all those kind of things yeah, from there. So yeah, AI assisted in that regard, but no, it's all me just coming up with ideas and testing them, which since I don't have to trade, I would say is 90% of my trading work now is just, oh, that's a cool idea. Like Kevin's hangover trades.
Right.
At some point, I'm going to find the time I'm really super interested to potentially build something that emulates that style.
Right.
And that's my, you generating the idea at this point is the hardest part. Then it comes down to, right, having a process to test it, have a process to have that auto traded once the test is complete, and kind of, going down that process as opposed to, just saying, hey, AI, how do I make money?
And we'll definitely bring that up at the roundtable at the end of this month. Then AI trading, is it a thing, and will it ever be?
Ooh, that'll be a good one. I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Because I plan to get pretty much a TTP month. So I'll try to get Money Mitch on like next Friday. See if I can't get Cats on the Friday after that, and then get all you guys back on at the end
Ooh.
of the month for a good little roundtable TTP
Oh,
discussion.
I like arguing with Cats. I know I shouldn't because right, he pays me to stream with him, but he's always a good sport about it. We
Yeah.
we have a lot of disagreements, I think, about trading. I think, and I always think that's a good thing, right? If
Oh yeah.
spirited, healthy debate
Yeah.
is a good thing.
Oh, for sure. I love that. I mean, that's why I, of course, got into broadcast journalism for sports, and I, watched. Not that I'm a big fan of it anymore, but all that stuff like on ESPN, and then one guy would have one side and the other guy would have one side. They'd have two different takes, and they'd kind of yell at each other, but at the end of the day, they would be laughing and having a good time. So, same
Yeah,
thing for stock
exactly.
trading. Same thing for sure. One last question here before I let you get out of here.
Yep.
How much coding experience does one need to be able to integrate a strategy into a bot? Zero. Zero.
I like literally I can't I couldn't do anything. If you I could not open a Python terminal and write anything. So the benefit of using a backtester as opposed to a coding language like Python is real test is it's like it's built in, it has its own scripting language, but you're not learning to code from scratch. It has by a scripting language, I mean it has, like Excel, like little formulas and ever to use. And I just kind of learned as I went. And again, a major thing for AI is like bug testing. So I would write something and it wouldn't work, and I'd send it to AI and say, "Where am I screwing up here?" And I'd go, "Well, look at this code." So
Gotcha.
I've had zero when I started. Now, trade ideas again, even though they fired me, I'll give them a shout out here. The No coding required with them. The major downside to them back testing is they only have a 3 month look back window. That to me is not enough to get the confidence you need to trade a strategy, but it can work great to prototype something, right? Like let me just come up with something because you need no coding experience at all. It's just a whole GUI interface.
Yeah.
So maybe a good place to like a little baby step to go in. Just please don't use TradingView. I've used TradingView's backtester. I think it's like criminally bad. It's really,
And
really
you would
bad.
know.
But
Yeah, you would know.
I would know. I would know.
You would know. Well, no, and then last thing would just be that. Where can people find more about you? What's your website again? If you want to put that information, where can people find you? What's your website? Anything to help these traders out, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it's statsedgetrading.com, but I know this always sounds conceited when I say it, but I'm a very Googleable individual with Michael
Yes.
Noss CMT. I don't use any aliases or anything online. So Michael Noss CMT on Twitter and all this stuff. I'm not going to try to sell you like a crypto um, like I'll double your money in a day. There's a lot of fake accounts out there, but yeah, if you do, I've got Twitter and TikTok and Substack and all that kind of stuff. So you can find me anywhere that you find the name.
And
That's most
not
likely
like
me.
Nas that, like I saw before I got you on. Not like Nas that you have on the cool Japanese cars, like back in the fast. Because as soon as I heard your last
Yeah,
name, I was like Nas is in. I know it's not. There's no way it's
I
spelled the same.
Oh man, I've missed so many opportunities, right? The NOS with the mega powered, like that kind of stuff. I
Yes.
also
Yeah. Yeah.
missed everyone was saying you should have like had an alias like Nostradamus, and I'm like,
Oh
that's a really good
yes.
idea
Yeah.
too. But
Yeah.
yeah, I missed a whole lot. But
It's all right. Hey, I think you did very
just
well for yourself,
just
regardless.
just my name. Just
Yeah,
my name, I
exactly.
guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, man, I can't thank you enough for having you on again. We'll get you on at the end of the month and whatever questions. I know I'll have a few more by next week's end, and so I'll wait till that roundtable end of the month to get you back on and ask you then. But again,
Cool.
thank you so much for joining today, Mike. Appreciate you so much. And again, the Nosinator. I'm gonna have all kinds of Nostradamus. Oh, man, I'm gonna have
Yeah,
some
there we
new
go.
names for you. But yeah, man, thank you so much. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you soon, bro.
All right, have a good one. Later, bud.
Love that guy. Such a sweet guy. Such a cool guy. Very knowledgeable about the stock market. So there you go. There's your Dual Stream Friday with the man, Michael Noss, Mr. CMT himself. Mr. Bot. Mr. Nossinator. The Nostradamus. Yeah, that was. He's very, very, very smart. Very knowledgeable about not only the stock market, but like I said, that's the thing. I knew he'd been in a lot of different sectors from hedge funds to prop firms to, he's been around, and so he's seen it all, done it all. And that's huge. It definitely gives your thought process, your mind now different things to think about. And again, that's the main thing about this Dual Stream Friday is what I'm trying to do. Get different traders on to get your mindset opened up instead of in this tunnel where I feel like a lot of traders are stuck at, like even like him, where he's like, it's the boom or bust kind of. That's where traders just get stuck in a cycle. And it's just over and over and over. And I've got some traders that have been doing this for 3, 4, 5 years, and they're still feel like they're in that cycle. And this is exactly why I'm doing these on Friday, because something's gonna hit and connect with you on one of these Fridays. It's gonna open up your eyes a little bit more, lead you in the direction you need to go toward, and find that success in the stock market for sure. You got it, Saline. Mr. Dean, thank you for coming. Legendary BM, CR Trader as well. Great questions from you guys. Thank you for coming over today, but great questions, Legendary BM. Great question there, CR Trader. Appreciate you guys coming over and asking good questions. Hopefully that helped you out there too. Jason as well. Dean, thank you for a good question there too as well. 100% good questions there, guys. Joe, what's up, Joe? Mr. Joe. They call him Florida Joe. Cause why? I don't know, but they call him Florida Joe. The girls in Florida love Joe. They go, Florida Joe, it's Joe. Oh, it's Joe. And they all go running over. Next thing you know, Joe's got 8 girls around him, and they all got drinks. And Joe's telling stories about how he was hanging out with John Bon Jovi and Stevie Nicks or something. I don't know. Oh, man. Cosmic Crazy, yes, another great one. All right, let's stop that recording. Boom, so I can post that almost right around 45 minutes of great information there from Michael Noss. Again, thank you, Michael, if you are listening out there. I appreciate you more than you know. I appreciate you, my man. Again, we don't know much about bots over here, but we're learning. We're slowly learning, right? You got CR Trader, you got Jason, we got a lot of traders in chat. Love Chip. We even have that, which he probably would have loved to have seen. But here over on my Discord, which if you guys don't have my Discord, I'll share the link in a minute. We even have, where is it at? Where am I missing this at, guys? AI coding. We got an AI coding tab here, baby. Look at this. We got a trader. We actually have this on my Discord. An AI coding tab. You saw the different tabs right there. You want to get tabbed up. You want to get tabbed out. Come over to my Discord. It is free. Invite people. Let's go on and invite people. How do I invite people? I just need to copy link. Invite people. Where in the heck is the link? Oh, there it is. Copy it. So it's all the way down into here now. Okay. What you doing here, bro? All right, boom. There's my Discord. Free Discord. Come join. Boom. Come join. Free Discord. Boom shakalaka, bam. Any questions you guys have? I'm going to take a quick little break to get my pack out. The rest of them anyway. I got a few dogs out, but not all of them out. I want to go ahead and let them all out so I can finish this live stream in the morning with you guys and see if there's something to actually trade now. Any questions you guys have? Yeah, Smud, good stuff, right? Great stuff there, Joe. Cosmic Rays, Legendary BM. We got Saline Dean in chat today. Traders from earlier. Of course, CR Trader was here. Jason, Myron, Larry, Matt, Front and AC, J-Bow, Paula, Reese, Daza, Aussie Chick, anyone else that's joined or listened. Thank you for coming over today. Dual Stream Friday. Thank you for Michael Noss, Mr. Bot, the Nossinator. MSGM having more of a pullback here. Coming down a little bit more. So MSGM, nice, good movement here. Watch for this to pull an MTC though. And there's your move up. Oh my God, where's Myron in chat? Hey Myron, where's Myron at? Let's rewind the stream here. Hold on. Oh God, listen to this great alert. Hold on a sec here before I take the break. Myron? I'm calling you out. I hope you got it, brother. Let's go back here. I'm going to rewind the stream. I hope you got it, brother. Let's go back here. 45 minutes. Let's go back to HLOY. Very low volume and where's it at? Come on. Oh, don't get ready to short the top. Here we go. What did I say? 18 times today. 360 into 380 is where I'd put orders at, boss. So like 360 into 380 is where you'd put orders at and just look for a reversal. 360 into 380 and just look for a reversal. Bam! 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 Look at that. Beautiful reversal. Right out of the gate. Where's Myron at? Myron, please tell me you got that. Bam! Nice. Good job, King Lionel. There, that right before the opening bell. Bam! All right, I'm going to take a quick little break. Let the pack out. You can tell they're all behind me getting antsy-pantsy. They said, Dad, I want to take a poop. I got to poop, brother. I got to take a pee-pee. All right, I'll be back here in just a few minutes. Let me let the pack out, get them settled. I'll put some jams on for you real quickly. Some of that non-copyright stuff. You know what I'm saying? Some of that doom shit. Back in just a few. All right, any questions, any stocks you want to go over, let me know. What are we doing? Hey, Merlin. Ain't no one. Come on, Merlin. What are you working at? Ain't no one out there. BKYI, only one moving. Let's go over to it. What's up, Jesse? Cause I'm Jesse's girl. What's up, Jesse? How you doing? How you doing? Move it. MTC, quick little pop. Again, not surprised at all. We're just getting fails today here. What is BKYI doing here? Oh, yeah, the sub $1 play. Working its way on up there. Okay. Uptrend channel right there. What's trying to hold is this old resistance line is trying to be new support here. So you can see this is what's holding it up. So we'll see how long this can hold. I doubt it holds that long. If you're looking for, again, you like 10, 15 cent trades, you're not into big movers. This is it. This is kind of your slow and steady Eddie. Jack, get up. Please, son. Watch out. Come on, Jack. Go. Go over there. Go over there. Lay down. Goobers. Getting all the dogs settled now. We got all the dogs out. Yes, what are we shorting today, Josh? Yeah, like not a lot. I mean, at the end, Hilly was nice. Hilly was straight. I liked it. It was pretty good. Other than that, BKYI, we'll see if this pops into these strong resistance areas. Of course, it's charting from, it seems like yesterday from a couple of weeks ago here. Let's go back to it, and you can see here we had lines in there from the day that this popped up last, BKYI. So my next level will be 160 over the 145 mark. So again, if this does pop up, you can see this even failing at the magic 21, 21, 25. Over that, we moved to 145, then to 160, and over 160, we got some here at 175, then 185. Little small incremental levels is what you're going to see on these sub $1 plays as they move from one, into two. But that, like you guys are saying, there's really not a lot going. BKYI would be your main and only mover there for small cap space. Now, I would be watching for MSGM to U-shape back on around. So MSGM, definitely keep your eye on that. We'll go to BKYI up top right here. We're going to go to MSGM right here. I will see if I can find a large cap play for us to short for shizzle. Let's see here. I had a short. There you go. You're doing good. You're all over it, King Lion. I can't wait for earnings to be over. Today, so much small caps can be. Yeah, September started off golden. Yeah, it was that. And see here, like here's where my brain works. It's so funny. So like I know everyone because I think Dean Constant is just Dean. The two I don't know right now. Who is the legendary BM and Jesse? Are y'all newer like TTP, kind of new to my stream? Are y'all old school Tradecaster, Deckmar Trade Days? Follow me. What's the chat name? Because I know King Lion, I know Aussie Chick and Smud and Joe. I know Joe from Trade the Pool CR Trader. I think Dean is just Dean. I can go through most of the traders and I know like Jason is Glass Blowing Trader, Myron's been Myron, Larry's Larry from TTP, etc. Jesse's girl. Who are you? What is your chat name? Or are you from like TTP and you're new? That's my brain. I just can't help it. Like, who are you? I want to know. Where are you from? Cosmic Rays. He's from, I know the names. But Legendary BM, that one's a little, I kind of remember it. But not like from Tradecaster. I remember it from recently on YouTube is my point. And then Jesse, yeah. Jesse E5L, whatever that is, stupid thing that. I was at TC for a bit too, and I've been here on your video. Oh, cool. For a while. When I see you live, I always come in from Ohio. Yeah, I like to know traders. That's just me. I was kind of going over this yesterday, and even on the Discord, like, I'm here. Yeah, I love to talk. I'm a very outgoing human being for sure. But in that outgoing extrovertness, if that's even a word, extrovertness, I want to know people. Like, I want to get to know you. I don't want to just. If you're here, it's just like you got to be fan. Like a literally like goofy gif from YouTube from speaking of Nos from Fast and Furious, but I think he even says in the movie, I don't have friends, I have family, right? That's it. I don't have friends, I got family, bro. Love having family. So yeah, I just want to know everybody. I'm like, who are you? Where are you from? What was your chat name? Because I usually remember everybody, you know, like I think we were talking about this earlier last night about my memory and remember. Oh, AV. It was I was talking to someone about Alex Vaughn, and someone was like, blah, 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 and it was like an interview you did, and I was like, yeah, Alex Vaughn. Like, I remember, I know exactly what you're talking about because he had a famous dog. Alex Vaughn had a dog. What was that? Vine? Was it Vine that was like 6 seconds, right, or 8 seconds? Was it called Vine, if I'm not mistaken, right, guys? That you know, social media. That was one of his social media accounts that blew up. It was just nothing but his dog. And he had like a painting of it in the background, and they remembered that. And I was like, I know who you're talking about. It's Alex Vaughn. It's AV. That's the guy I always talk about. You know, I say always, but I bring him up, you know, because I think a lot of people. It's been so far gone now. But when I bring up names like Alex Vaughn and Sky Chimp or Zach Hopper or guys, you know, back in the day, oh yeah. Now if I bring it up, then everyone's like, who? I don't remember those names. You know, because the turnover rate. You know, you don't have many people that have been like Love Chip's one of them in chat. I know, but you don't have many people that have been around for 5 years, 3 years, 4 years. It's usually, you know, that 1-2 year over and over and over, you know, and then if they can't make it in 2 years, they're gone. Then it's a new set of people. And I've said that too before. I'm like, man, I really would love to go back through, if I could go through the archives, so to speak, of like chat, you know, just the chat and people's names. Because I'm like, where'd they go? Because I was in a one-on-one earlier this week. The freebie I gave to Paula, you know, and I was like, you know, we were talking. I was like, I don't like seeing those, oh, where'd they go names. When I see it later on, like when I will, like Facebook or Instagram will, on this day, we'll give you like an on this day or whatever, and it'll be your stories, you know, that you posted. And I'll click on them from time to time to see what they were, right? Obviously, I click on them quite a bit just because, like, you know, just that nostalgia. And a lot of them, obviously a lot of them, but a decent amount of them will be like, you know, hey, I'm going live tomorrow on trade, whatever. Or I'm showing off chat. And then, yeah, I'll see those names, and I'm like, oh, man, whatever happened to them? What happened to that guy? Oh, I remember that name. That's the thing. Like I said, I remember you guys. I know you. I want to get to know you if I don't know you. You know, and I think, and I want that too. I think a lot of humans, I'm pretty sure I'm positive. Me being a pretty good psychologist, even though I'm not one at all. I just feel like I am. That people want that. They want to feel needed. They want to feel wanted. They want you to talk to them. They appreciate and like that. Oh, you want to know me? You want to know where I'm from and what my chat name was? And I wanted that. You know, when I first started, whatever room I was in, I loved for Ross Cameron or you know, Sean Deckmar, and Tim Sykes was never in his chat room, but it was literally just a chat room that he makes people and charges crazy amounts for nothing. I would have loved for the lead guy to be like, oh, and then, oh, wow, I'm a part of the family. Oh, okay, cool. This is, you know, I want that. I want people to feel that and want that. Girlfriend, I can't, listen. This is my daughter, by the way. This is Elle. Eleanor, you want to say hi to everybody? Don't put your head down. This is truly my girl. This is my daughter. You might as well consider the fact that we created her. She is so needy. She so loves her dad. She's definitely a daddy's girl. She says, my name is 11, and we call her Elle, or Eleanor, Elicabelle, or Ellie, Elosaurus, Moosey Caboosey, Bear, Moo Moo, all your little names you have. No, don't get jelly. Here's my other jelly bean. I got 2 jelly beans. I've got a blueberry jelly bean, and then I've got my Oreo jelly bean. Then this girl is obsessed with me. And if one of the other girl, like, if I'm giving Elle attention and way too much, Margot gets like, nope, you better give me attention too. It's fucking hilarious. And then Merlin gets up, and this big mother trucker. Listen, I love you too. I love you too. I'm your big old boy. Okay, lay down. Let's lay down. Merlin, back it up. Boop, boop, boop. Queenie, get up. Queenie, get out of his way. Merlin down. Lay down now. Lay down now. Hey, lay down now. Lay down, buddy. Lay. Good boy. Okay. What's up, bus boy? Everyone coming over here now. Damn, chat just blew up. Jesse, you forgot who I was. AK, I didn't. You forgot who I was. That's, yeah, yes. I even know your... Yeah. Well, Jesse, I don't remember your name. What was your chat name? It wasn't Jesse. Your chat name wasn't Jesse. At least I don't think it was. What was your chat name? Because I remember Bus Boy. I haven't made it, but I'm still... I'm still here, right? Yeah. Hey, that's the thing. You got to keep pushing. Because, listen, there are traders that have been doing this for a long time and still struggling. What's up, G Delcor? Are you able to post some new instructional video on TTP soon? They have a pretty cool library starting up. Yeah, yes. Yep, G Delcor. We talked about that on the meetings we've had this week. They're definitely they're trying to expand, and they're expanding fast and as much as they can, which is really awesome. So not only like okay, let's just talk about this real quickly while everyone's here. So we do the call-in show on Thursday. Well, on Wednesday we do like a little pre-game. Let's make sure we can do the Google Meets. Well, Carlo, one of the guys that works in the background and does a lot of their technical stuff, but then also approves accounts. And anyway, so like I get on this little meeting, and Kevin Avery, it's me, Kevin Avery, and Carlo. And Carlo says says something, and then Kevin Avery, they both say something at the same time, and Kevin's like, "Oh, go ahead and just talk." And I'm like, kind of, what? Say what? What's going on here? Like, what? Tell me what? Because you could tell Carlo was trying to tell me something. And he's like, "Well, we have this guy named Max. I don't know what his name, Max something, but he's over in Europe. He approached TTP about doing stuff and streaming live, and he said, and then Carlos said just like Kevin Avery did, and I had no idea that those guys approached TTP to go live. Well, this Max guy said, he's like, this is like the third person they've told me that has reached out to them and said, yeah, I learned from AK47, that guy that's on there, I know him, I learned everything from him, and now this guy that's over in Europe is doing what I'm doing. He's teaching people over in Europe, I guess, and now streaming live. He's got his own streaming thing, and he's like, he's just like you. I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, he gave you like all the credit. And I'm like, what? And then on my head's like, then my other thought was like, hold on, Kevin Avery and this guy's reaching out to you to go live. You guys reached out to me to go live. I didn't reach out to them. I mean, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know. They reached out to me. And I'm like, this is so cool. I'm so honored and like mind blown right now. Like you have guys coming to you saying that they whatever about me, and then in that same conversation, my mind's like, hold on a sec. They asked you to go, and you guys came to me and asked me to go live. Like, I feel fucking honored now. Like, I'm like, damn. That was really cool. Let's see here. So yes, we'll be doing a lot more Giovanni for sure, 100%. And that small cap series that me and Kevin Avery did should be coming out soon. Alicia, so cute. I love my girls. Love my pack. See, I misheard. I thought you were talking about us. We're the TC reject family. Oh no. I am. Like I know all you guys. I'm just talking about back in the day. Where like I'll get. Like today, on this day in 2021, and it'll be like me saying, "Come join me live tomorrow. I'll be live on Freaky Friday Take." When I did the Friday and Takeover, then I'd show chat or something that next day when I'm live today, and I'd show the people in chat or whatever, and so I'd show the chat off, and I'll see those names like people that aren't around, that I haven't seen in years. I'm like, man, whatever happened? And I remember they were in chat like every day, that kind of stuff. Like you guys, it'd be like if it's a year from now, King Lion I don't see you in chat, and there has been those times, here recently. Like whenever it was, you got, I'm like, where the fuck they go? Where'd he go? Yeah, Joe, my girls. I got girls, guys. I got them all in here. Used to be more guys. Now we have more girls. Let's see. Elise, I want to reach through the screen to pet her. Oh, yeah, for sure. All of them. I love my babies. I mean, they're good dogs. I mean, look at this. Look at the life. Look at the life these guys get to live here. Look at this. First off, I'll make this bigger now. Hold on, let's get to the... Not the stream. I want this. Gotcha. No, I'm good here. Oh, that's why. I need this. Not the video capture device. Why are we doing that? I need the video capture device. I don't know why this isn't making me bigger. I don't know why right now OBS is not letting me click on me. Anyway, yeah, I mean, just look at this. We got Domino. We have Margot. We have Queenie. We have Rue. We have Elle. We have, Merlin right back here. And then on this side, we've got Petey, the pit bull. There's Merlin. No, Merlin, don't get up. Then we got the little ones over here where am I at? Where's my finger at? There's all the little guys right there. Who just farted? Did y'all hear that? Merlin just farted. Merlin. He did the old downward dog. Anytime a Great Dane does the downward dog, if you know yoga, anytime a Great Dane does the downward dog, where they put their ass up in the air and do the stretch, and they stretch their front legs out, and they kind of go down and they get that ass up in the air. Every time a Great Dane does that, they fart. Every damn time. Let's see here. Where's your dog that had surgery? Unfortunately, he passed. Unfortunately, Groot passed. And that's my dude. I'm gonna start crying now. But that was my dude. He's new Merlin. It's essentially Merlin. He's back. I had adopted one of my buddy's Great Danes in July. They just couldn't do it anymore. They lived in a smaller house. He was up all the time. He worked in the day. Wife worked at night. They had a kid. Just a lot going on. But yeah, no, Groot unfortunately passed. He had surgery last August, had the surgery. He went through a lot more than pretty much any other dog. And all the, doctors and specialists that saw him were like, hey, he's had what in the last however many months? But yeah, he's had a lot. He's had a lot, poor guy. He had a rough go at it, but unfortunately he passed. He unfortunately passed in May. Told you I was gonna cry. I was trying not to get to this point, but no, I love that dude so much. I love that dude so much. Anywho, yeah, that was my dude. It was just a long journey, you know, when you're there with a dog every day, you have to be there for every shit, every piss. Oh, you have to walk with him every step he took. That was tough. That was tough. That was tough. Okay, you got this. I got this. Broncos won! Broncos won last night. But yeah, no, that was tough. Just because of that, anytime you have a dog pass, it sucks. For sure. You know, any guys that have had a dog pass, I know it sucks. Or even a family member. But when you have a family member or a dog that you have to be there, like, every shit, every piss. He could get up on his own and walk around, but I'm gonna be that dad that's there, you know, with the help him harness. I literally still have these pulled up. So like, I have this pulled, like, this is still on my tabs. So every day on my tabs, I have these pulled up. So every day, like on my tabs in front of me, live stream is one of them, but I have a picture of him, and then I have the help him harness that I got for him last August. So every day I have these on my tabs, and I still look at these every day to remind me of him and that process. But I have not gotten rid of these tabs. Well, the first one was the help him harness. I haven't gotten rid of that since last August. And then right around, I don't know if it was right around, it was sometime after he passed or right around when he was passing, I pulled that picture up for whatever reason, and I've just kept them side by side. And I've looked at them every day. I know pretty much every day I look at them. The hell, that link that just says login, you know, it says login fail. Something went wrong. Anyway, I'm going to use my dog rag that I wipe up slobber with to wipe my eyes with now. Clean my slobber up.
What?
Oh, boom. There, that's why. The mic was muted the whole time. Man, I'm sitting here crying. How much did you hear? I was sitting here crying over here the whole time. Did you hear the whole story? Jiminy crickets. How much did I mute right there? Oh, I probably muted it when I blew my nose. I probably muted it. Anyway, did y'all hear? Anyway, so sorry. But yes, long story short, gee, sorry for crying there. Hopefully you heard most of that. Jiminy crickets. My bad, team. Sitting there crying away. But anyway, yes, long story short, if you haven't, Groot, which I was just showing off there in the picture, he had his hind limb removed, so you can see his hind limb was removed. So it's called osteosarcoma. And what I was saying was, one of my favorite dogs ever, Bella, a Great Dane, was 12 and a half years old. Back in 2021, in July, she had her senior panel test done and was great. We're like 12 and a half year old great. And even the vet was like, you know, like I'm like, this Great Dane's gonna live till she's gonna be one of the oldest Great Danes ever. Well, no fucking lie. Less than a month after that, she started developed osteosarcoma. At first, it was anyway, and it came fast. She was older, and we thought and that's the thing too. Groot, I caught it super early with Groot, but there's a dog here. With Bella, she started limping. We thought we saw her knee kind of swell up a little bit one day. We're like, oh man, because she could still do zoomies at 12 and a half for a Dane, which is crazy. And so we're like, she must have hurt herself. She's getting a little too old. We need to like calm her down. We waited too long to take her to the vet, and by the time they did, it was like, oh, it's spreading. Like it's unfortunately it's spread, and she passed within like a month and a half. Like it was so sad. And that was sad to see a dog with cancer just get completely depleted. Well, then, of course, it happened with Groot. But with Groot, going back to last August. So, again, August 2024, literally almost 3 years to the fucking dot on the day that I found out Bella had osteosarcoma. I go in because I see it one Saturday. I'm petting on Groot. I notice his interior limb, his ankle, essentially. It was right on his ankle, because usually they're like, man, it does. And that's another reason why I got lucky, because it was so far down on his leg. And it was on his ankle, and his ankle bone was swollen and bigger than the other one. And I'm like, fuck. No. And then I start crying. But I'm like, no, it's back. I always say it's back. It's here again. It's osteo. And took him in that Monday. This is Saturday. Took him in Monday, and they're like, yeah, it's probably that. Got extra tests done that Wednesday. They verified it. I was like, fuck. But and they also had extra tests done to say, hey, it hasn't spread. And so it was like a fuck. You're good to go for it. But the only thing they can do is cut the limb off. There's no cure for it. There's none. You have to, even for humans, you have to cut the limb off. Now, for humans, though, we find it doesn't usually come back. For dogs, unfortunately, it comes back. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, osteo will come back. Well, last August had limb removed. We're good to go for a while. He's getting his chemo and everything's fine. No, 1st of December, he gets what's called spontaneous pneumothorax. Yeah, look that fucking shit up, and humans can get it too as well. He had to go emergency fucking surgery, putting, I say surgery, but tubes in, this, that, and the other, because anyway. Recovered from that just fine. Fucking fast forward then to March. Or April. Gets a growth in his mouth. We're thinking and hoping it's melanoma. Gets it cut out. Had a couple of teeth removed. Had tests come back about a week later to verify it was unfortunately not melanoma. And it was osteosarcoma in his mouth. That then formed glaucoma in his eye. And then he passed in May. And to watch him to where I not only have to help him out, but then to slowly see the cancer coming back. And that process, in those last 2-3 weeks. Yeah. So anyway, love my man. That's my dude. Thanks to Reese Wagon in chat. Reese without her spoon. He got me a Groot t-shirt made. I sport that, about once or twice a month. But that was my dude. But what I was just... You have to be there for every shit, every piss, everything. Oh man, that was, whoa. I never do anything different. Like I was always thinking about him. I think it was yesterday when I was mowing, if I'm not mistaken. Thought about him, whatever it was. It was like $25,000 that I spent on him. Through all the things that he went through. I was talking to him. I was like, I wouldn't change a thing, brother. I was literally talking to him. I was like, I wouldn't have ever changed a thing, buddy. I'll do it all over again, every step of the way. Anyway, CM Golf, what's up? Joshua Broncos gave me a sweat, but man, yeah, God bless, dude. Are you kidding me? Bo Nix sucks. I don't care about his stats compared to Elway in his first few games. Bo Nix is terrible. He's got so many wide open guys that he misses. And then there will be plays that you can tell are drawn up to go at a certain target or area, receiver or something, and he just doesn't even, and he eyes guys down. That defense is crazy good. It's back to the no-fly zone good. We're getting, obviously, the sack record in sight. I think we had better D-backs back then overall, but we're good now. It's good. It's a great defense. That offense has players, too. We got Harvey, Sutton, we got running backs. We got it all. We got a tight end that's good. The guy Ingram, the guy we got. Defense good. Offense, it's just Bo Nix. I will say some of the play calling isn't great. I think they're trying to get Bo in a rhythm. Sean Payton is. I can't stand those dink and dunk, swing out, screen plays. They're fucking, listen. We got to get the ball down the field. We got to start stretching. We can't be the defense is going to keep coming up to the fucking defensive line because they know they're not throwing it more than 10 yards down the field. Let's see here. Cosmic, all the TC people are slowly coming over. Yes, this is the community to be at. Oh, it was, Jesse. It was. I do not remember your name. That's just, everyone's name is always something else, like Cosmic Rays or Super Buddy or Paula was one that was Paula. Usually it's like Aussie Chicks, Aussie. Usually it's like, they name themselves something, they rename themselves or whatever you want to call it. Jesse, he was doing well. So yeah, Jesse, he was doing great until I'd say March, and you could tell. I think now, watch I did, but yeah, I'd go back to March, and you could tell that's when the cancer came back. Osteo was coming back, and then it was fully there in mid-April. It was just like how I found the first one. One day I looked at it was one night it wasn't there, and the next morning it was. I'll never forget when I saw the growth in his mouth, like in April, and I'm like, what the fuck where'd this come from? Where'd you come from? But yeah, he was doing great. He did great for a while. I mean, what he went through, like I said, those specialists and the vets that I went to, all of them were like, he had, even though when I had the very last, when the glaucoma came in, because it was in, right anyway, I had to go to different vets, anyway, and they were like, God, this guy's still going? What a warrior. I mean, that guy was a beast, for sure, to last that long. Just was Holly, dang, yeah, see, I didn't know. Sure. There you go. Holly, baby. You don't like, what's wrong with Holly? Let's see, Doctor. Yes, they are. Bus Boy, we are here for you. Thank you, King Lion. G Delcor, what's up? Elise, crying here. Well, yeah, I'm a crier. I am a crier. My dad always said if your heart was good enough to give one, yeah, dog, a good left. 14 is certainly good enough to give. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, imagine. Well, and that's the thing, too. We've had, we probably have had 20, well, we've had a few pass. So we've had, 20 dog, we've had Deuce passed. He was our first to pass. And then we had a long stretch from 2013 all the way till Bella in 2021. No vet pills, nothing. We adopted like Petey and Rue and Jack and Neville. Well, no, we already had Neville. Chester and Miles and Darla. I mean, we're adopting dogs left and right. No issues, no vet bills. Only ones that we have when we go spay and neuter dogs that weren't spayed and neutered. Like we had like no vet bills, low cost, and then all of a sudden, boy, things started. But yeah, and we've had it every year since 2021. Bella 2021, Ava 2022, Beerus 2023. McFly 2024. The first of this year we had Brody, and then we had so 6 dogs. That's what I thought. We have 6 dogs and a cat pass. 6 dogs or 5. What is it? Bella, Ava, Beerus, Brody group, and then so 5 dogs and a cat. Since 2021, we've had 5 dogs and a cat pass every year. Something, and then some of them were out of nowhere. We're just like. So I never forget when my parents were like, "Man, you guys are putting yourself in for a hurt." I forgot what they said, but essentially they're like, "You guys are, when we had great, we had a good 7-8 year run, no dogs dead, no dog. It was great, no nothing." And then boy, in the last few years, it's been fucking one sucker punch to the gut to another. 100%. Well, there goes your U-shaped potential there on MSGM. It's not happening today. Looks like we're gonna staircase down like we staircased up yesterday. Real quickly, yep, sorry for the muted there, guys. Joe, that's my boxer. Oh, yeah, so, man, oh, yeah, man, yeah. So, imagine us, no offense, but it's like, since 2021, it's been a rough go for us. We have been, it's been terrible. Oh, man. And I keep waiting for that 1 year for a dog. And so, and then we have Einstein that's really fucking old. He's our 15-year-old. I'm like, I don't know if he can get all the way through next year. My point being, I don't know when that streak stops. Sorry, I had to blow the nose there again. I don't know when that streak stops. I think we may have another passing next year, possibly. He'd be the only one. All the other everyone else seems to be good. At this point, you never know, but everyone's good right now. Einstein's just old. Our other old one that's just almost as old as him, he's 13, but Neville, he is finally slowing down, but that guy, he can jump up and down, and he's on the bed, and he can jump on the king-size bed, he's still playing with toys, but Einstein, he's got that, he was like a tortoise. He's like 15, almost 16, turned 16 in March. He is a slowbie, or maybe it's March or April for Einstein. Oh, that's right, it's April. Here's what's crazy. We have adopted 2 dogs throughout the years. We bought Einstein. He was one of the ones we have bought, but we adopted anyway. They have the same birthday. We have 2 dogs with the same birthday, April the 10th. April 16th, I remember that was Bella's. Bella's birthday is April 16th, but Einstein and Darla their birthdays are April 10th. Everything, you're good. Yeah, sorry. Mother, so sorry, man. It's all good, Jesse. Yeah, that was tough. Groot was tough, for sure. Just because you were just there every day, and that was tough. That one was really tough for sure. Obviously, they're all tough, but that one, that was a, ooh, good God. A trader have cancer until the, oh God, yeah, no, I never had to deal with cancer either until Bella, never had to deal with cancer until Bella got cancer, and she, of course, anyway, but then the next year Ava got cancer, so when she was a lab that we had, she got cancer, we had it removed, and then it came back again. I should have done more for her, and that's what I did, everything I could with Groot, because Bella had cancer, we didn't get it done in time, and she passed. Then I got Ava, she had cancer, we had it removed, but we didn't do a lot after, like chemo or whatever, and we didn't do steps, and then she passed. So when Groot came, I was like, all right, I had one that had cancer and passed. And I had one that had cancer, I did some stuff, but not enough, and I'm like, I'm going to do every fucking thing I can for Groot. Oh, $25,000 later, pretty much bought a car. Well, a used car. Love you, brother. I appreciate you, Joe. It's the Auburn lift. Yeah, right. It's the Auburn lift. Oh, man. All right. Let's get to some stocks here. I'm not seeing a lot in the large cap space here, but I will kind of break some plays down real quickly on my right-hand side over here to see if I see anything sexy. And really, they're all moving different today. All right. Looking a little, finally. These plays aren't all, well, I guess, never mind. They are kind of looking like SPY. A little bit. AMD, BABA, kind of SPY-ish. Meta and Google look pretty similar today. NVDA, pretty similar. Not a great chart setup overall, but what we're seeing here is kind of this down and uptrend crack. Kind of an M shape in there. And then across the board, we're seeing that. Just go over to NVDA here. Had it most recently as well. So let's zoom in here, and we can see this. What I'd be looking for. This is more of a shelf and bottom, in my opinion. But again, still seeing this kind of M shape, right down M shape, and then we're cracking the bottom of the M shape. Same thing here for Meta, right? Which Meta all loves to pop and then crack down. There's your weird M shape, and now we're cracking back on down. Google, same thing as well. Reversal at the bell. Not really much of an M shape, but this is down as well. But that's what I'm seeing here across the board for the most part. Not like yesterday. AMD was absolutely sexy. There's a trend line crack here, which was nice. Trend line back under the 9, the VWAP. Nice reversal there. Nothing like yesterday, though, where we're an hour in. You go back to yesterday when I was on the TTP stream. This play yesterday was absolutely still rolling and gorgeous at this point. We were getting a trade in. Or, well, I guess I was probably out of the trade right now. But look at this beautiful bear flag on bear flag. Bear flag. Bear flag. Bear flag. And this is the one I was telling all the traders to just wait and have patience. Kind of comes up, does this inverse U shape. All I'm waiting for is the crack of this area right here for the short. And then got almost 4 points, out of this move there, which was super sexy yesterday. Not getting that look today, unfortunately, as far as building setup on setup. Really, at this point, we're just kind of moving down momentum. At this point, is all we're looking at for large cap plays. So nothing that says, "Hey, come trade me." Thoughts on Hilly? Yeah, we were just going over that. So Hilly's just slow and steady. Osborne. Like MN trades, trend line crack possibility here. I talked about your levels. I don't know if Myron got it. I know King Lion got it. I talked about this early on before I went live. I should say went live, but before the dual stream with Michael Noss, this was one of the last tickers I brought up this morning about 10 minutes before the opening bell. Said wait to short the top. I'd put orders from 360 to 380 is what I said. Boom, there's your first reversal. There's your second reversal. And now you're getting your third, fourth, fifth in reversal off the top area. So 380's coming into play right now. We have 1, 2, 3 fails there. Back under this little sandwich area of 360, 365. Watch the crack down to this 355 area. This has got to be a bigger float. I don't see how this isn't a bigger float. New high of day there, BKYI. Again, we have these levels put up for us here. Coming up soon. Got the 145, which we already almost hit that. I don't know where that misprint. No, it's volume. That's volume. I thought it was a misprint. That's just a volume bar right there. So right there, 145.50 resistance on the way up. Then we have 160. I've got 175, and then the 180.85 area for BKYI. Again, 10, 15, 20 cent mover right there. 10, 15, 20 cent mover. Trendline crack, again, haven't been working that great recently. You go back to 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021. Michael Noss was even talking about this earlier, how the market's changed and how you may have a bot that's working now, but it may not work forever, right? Well, this would be trendline cracks. Trendline cracks just are not working at all here recently. This is what we've been getting on trendline cracks. Myron said he got it. He got it there. Good job, Myron. Yeah, it was good. That was a good one. Ended up being good. Short in the top. That's what I said. It did staircase more than I thought it would today. Stair 1, stair 2, stair 3. So I will say I'll give it that. It ran prettier and more than I thought it would today. Thanks for making breakfast after profiting from good short on MSGM. Good job. Orgo going for a third touch. Yeah, Orgo's just too slow. It's a very slow, ugly day out there for small caps. Very ugly, very slow. Just not the way I like to trade. Not what I typically trade at all. Just really ugly. Up and down, up and down, up and down movement. Not my go-to when you see just, and then kind of the same thing here on the large cap plays. Da. I like a lot more, of course, what I was just showing you yesterday's chart on AMD. That's what I like to trade. I was hoping we'd get that today, but I talked about this in the morning alerts. If you guys were here joining me earlier in the day, I said, what? Well, the fact that we came down so much in pre-market, I don't like trading days like today. Usually it provides for a little bit of a chop. I was right in the thought process that we would go down for more, but there's no one here. Right. Any questions you guys want to go over? Large cap plays, just not my favorite today. Not liking the setups. I want to see a setup. I want to see one solid directional move. Like yesterday we had that with going down. That's what I like to see. I don't like this inconsistent down, then we're back up, down, then we're back up, down, and then we'll watch us and then go back up. It just, again, it's a little choppier chart. I don't like choppy charts. I love to see like what MSGM's doing today for large cap plays. Crack down, bear flag, crack down, bear flag, crack down, bear flag, right? That's easy to trade. It just makes it easy to trade. If I don't see something that I like and my eyes just say, oh, that's easy, then I'm not going to trade it. I don't really care about that. Just going back to earlier with what Nas was talking about as well. It's just very simple, systematic trading that I'm looking for every single freaking day. All right. Anything you guys want to go over? Anything else? Thank you, though, for joining Jesse. And Jesse, I think I remember you now. You know why? Because I kept asking I remember asking you back in the day if you're a boy or a girl. Main reason why, because Avery has a sister named Jessica, and she goes by Jesse. I think I remember you now. That just hit me, because Avery actually is at Jesse's house, her sister's house, in Northwest. She's coming back home today. She's actually leaving here just a little bit, but I think that just hit me. I'm like, oh, I remember that now. I remember your name, and you were just Jesse, because I asked you, are you a boy or a girl? Because I'm like, are you a boy or a girl? Because that wasn't in my head. Where most people don't really care. Whatever, King Lion, whatever your name is. But then when you have that one name where it's intriguing, where I'm like, is this boy or is it girl? I don't know. This is a very tricky one. I do remember this now, if I'm not mistaken. And I think you're a boy. And then if I am right, you're a boy. You're a dude. Any other questions you guys want to go over? I'll give it to the top of the hour to see if we see a setup or something I like. I don't think we're going to see that today, obviously. Today, someone's mowing. It sounds like they're like out in my driveway mowing. Like, when I say driveway, but it sounds like they're outside and that's why I can't wait. It's the neighbor mowing. Cannot wait for my next house. I was even like yesterday, because the dogs will go outside and I yell at my kids. I'm like, anyway, they're loud if they go outside and they're barking or whatever. I remember, I think it was yesterday, but the day before, I go out on the back patio. Hey, what up? I yell at them. I'm like, there's no way all my neighbors, there's no way they didn't hear me. Half the neighborhood probably heard me. And then like this, where someone's mowing, it sounds like they're mowing your fucking yard, but that's the neighbor mowing. Oh, I can't wait. I won't be able to hear anybody mow at my next house. I can go out in my back patio, that huge L-shaped back patio in the backyard, and that's what I thought. I was like, oh my God, I'll just be able to yell. And then hear the echo back from the woods, maybe even possibly. Getting some moves up here. We got Holly. It's slow and steady eddies. Slow and steady eddies today. Slow and steady eddies. We got movement up to possibly the 170s, 80s corridor for BKYI. For Holly here, Hilly on the way up today. We can see the next chart, past chart history to where it fell, for a short where this is going to fail at. It's at 410. 410 for Holly, if Holly can get its ass up. Over 380. 410 would be next. Jesse, am I right, though? Am I not right? I think I remember now. My memory is fucking amazing. It sometimes just takes a little bit for stuff to click. But then I'll remember. It's It's usually all remember. Like I said, I like to remember you guys. I want to kind of put you in like I don't know, like your own little. I don't want to group you together. That's my point. I want everyone to be individual, singularity. You're my group. You're my dudes, my girls, right, or whatever. But I want everyone to have their own, like again, back to what we're saying, we got to figure out who you're going to be as a trader, how you trade, be you, everyone to be like X-Men, or the Avengers. It's not like everybody can fly and has laser eyes and has Wolverine claw. That'd be boring. Everyone's got to be different. You got to have different personalities and different ways to attack, essentially. How you fight, how you use your brain. Are you outgoing or are you reserved? All right, giveaway time. Anyone want a giveaway? We'll do one giveaway today then. Ha! Big sell-off right there out of nowhere for BKYI. Who wants a giveaway? BKYI, nasty sell-off. Giveaway time. Who would like to do a free one-on-one session with me? And in that one-on-one session, that Zoom, it will actually be a dual stream Friday with you. That's right. I'm going to interview you. I'm going to put you on blast and on a spotlight. Why do you suck so bad? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm kidding. CM Punk, as you like to call me. That's right. Yep, yes. I remember that. The Ultimate Wall. I remember that. Okay. Yep. CCC. I remember that for sure. I'll take that. All right. You want that, King Lion? Right? You want me to put you on blast? I mean, you don't mind. You already called the TTP call-in show. You're good. You'll talk. You don't mind getting thrown under the bus. Don't call me out like that. JT. You fucking suck. Why do you suck so bad, bro? Why can't you learn anything? You can't even do bounce plays? You can't even chart? You can't short the tops? You can't do shit. You see a trend line, you don't know what that means. There's nothing but peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in that damn brainy ears, that moolah mush over there. All right, Giovanni, CM Punk, Jesse's girl. Anybody, you ready? Giveaway? I'm just going to do one giveaway today. I'm not going to get carried away. Don't forget the sale I'll do at the end of the month. I know a few traders took advantage of that last week. Pretty damn good sale myself, if I may say so myself. All right, I put too many myselfs in there, but you get my say. But next, I'll do it again on Black Friday. So get ready, save your money for not your kids. Fuck your wife, fuck your husband. Fuck them, fuck your parent. Anyway, you come over here to life. Let's make more money. You spend this, you make more money. Then you can really get some good Christmas gifts. But I will do the add-ons. To me, I just thought about that last week before Halloween. I was like, what kind of sale am I going to do? And it finally hit me. I was like, man, add some of this shit together so they get... Because that's the only way a lot of you guys are going to... here's some free one-on-ones. Or, hey, you need it all. I mean, if you're going to learn, you need to be on the Discord every day. You need to have the morning alerts. It'd be nice to have the live stream and do one-on-ones with me. If you're doing all of that at the same time, week in, week out, you're coming to see me weekly. You're going to start getting... the first thing you're going to do is become a really good charter. You're going to figure out where to put lines in. You're going to understand trend lines, down trend lines, where you should have, where you should start it, where you should set it at. It's the first thing we do. The second thing we start doing in those one-on-ones is I'm trying to figure out who you are as a trader. What are you doing right? What are you doing wrong? Where am I going to start slapping your wrist with the ruler like a nun over here at a Catholic church saying, what the hell are you doing that for? Stop. Correcting the mindset. Like I remember Super Buddy, which she's had a little break. She's gotten so busy with work and then family stuff. Can't wait to see some of these traders back that have been gone for a while. Like, where are they at? Kind of doing one of those things like Mafia. Super Buddy's another one. But Super Buddy, I was like, in our one-on-ones, I think it was last year, right? It was last September and October where she had another trader just like her. But in the one-on-one, she's like, but what if it, like in the one-on-one, we're going over trades. The fucking chart is painted, it's a done deal. This is days later. But what if? And if she did like three in a row, 4 in a row. Finally, the sun's coming out. I just started laughing. I was like, do you realize this chart is done? It's a painted picture. Like this stock is like move through. Like you quit saying what if. There is no what if. It didn't happen. Like this is 3 that you can't change. Why do you keep saying that? Like I understand if you say it in the moment, but she was still saying it like days later. Like, but Josh, what if that happened? I'm like, Super Buddy. Stop. Like, it was just, I couldn't help but laugh. She's like 3 or 4 trades in a row. We went over, and on that 3rd or 4th one, I was like, I was like, stop saying what if. And so then I would never forget, and we went up that next week, and her in the live stream or in the one-on-one anyway, she's like, that helped me so much. Just that mental state is huge. I mean, that's why I know a lot, like, I'm a energy bug. I'm a shide of whatever. I don't know, a side of shining. I don't know what the hell. It's Friday, like, not necessarily. My brain's just dumb right now. It's dead. A light of shine. I don't, whatever the hell. But I shine some light in your life, essentially. I'm always positive. It's one of those things that I, definitely have realized throughout the years that when you guys come over, like I said, that's why let me be your mentor. Let me be your psychiatrist, your therapist, your motivator, your coach, it's all that stuff. Right? Like, you have to have that early on. You need someone to motivate you in the right and keep the positive mindset, because you get down on yourself, and that's the one thing, is the confidence is so low for a lot of you guys. And I've noticed that, it's always that next day, next week. I've noticed with most of the one-on-ones, that's when they, and of course that's why you need to come back week in, week out, because a lot of traders throughout the years will just do one, and then they don't see me for a month. And then what happens? They see me here, and their trading goes like this. So, yeah! And then about 2, and it kind of plateaus, and 3 weeks later, and then boom. Right? Like, don't do that. It's like, just come see me every week. Let me keep this going. Because I just noticed that day 2, 3, 4, 5 after the one-on-one, the traders are getting it more so. They're feeling more confident. They're understanding the stock market a little bit more. But again, I'll do the sell on Black Friday. I did it on Halloween. If you reach out to me today and said, Josh, I didn't have money on Halloween. I don't want to wait till Black Friday. Can I have the sale today? I'll give it to you today as well. Like, if you reach out to me and say, Josh, I would love that. And what the sale was, or add-ons, freebies, and it wasn't really a sale. These are sale prices that, again, I will change at the end of the year, and they will go up. Not the live stream. I'll keep this. But the deal is, if you buy the yearly live stream, so for $700, you have the live stream for a year. I give you 3 months of morning alerts for free, and I give you 3 one-on-ones for free. That's $300 in value, really more so, because this is half price one-on-ones. Usually it's $400. It's $100 per one, essentially, if you buy a package, or $150 US if you just buy one session with me. So if you buy the yearly package, you get 3 months of morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones with me. If you buy the year, I have people buy this. They canceled. I was like, then do it if you want to. I had people cancel the morning alerts and maybe the live stream because they wanted to get this deal, which is a great deal. You get 2 months free of the live stream and 2 months free of the morning alerts if you buy this. So you're already getting 4 months of free shit, essentially. But then I threw in this for free. So there's a couple traders in chat that bought the live stream and morning alerts for the year. Now they have this for a year for $1K. But then I threw in 23 one-on-ones. So you not only have this for a year, so you can learn, get the live stream and the morning alerts in my levels, but then you can come do 23 one-on-ones with me. That's 23 hours with me to go over the morning alerts, go over the levels, to go over your trades, to help you out as a trader. Maybe you only have $200. Book this. You get 4 one-on-ones with me, and I give you a month of the live stream and 1 month of morning alerts for free. Right? If you buy the 875 pack or the 12 pack, I give you 3 months of the live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts. And what I'll probably do for Black Friday, which I'll do an extra little cool add-on sale there, I'll say if you buy the 23 pack, this will be 3 months. So this will be 1 month of the morning alerts and 1 month of the live stream. 2 months of each. 3 months of each. On Black Friday, I'll make that 6 months for live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts if you buy the 23 pack. So again, I'm adding these extras on because, again, if you have one-on-ones with me and you have the morning stream and the morning alerts, you're going to really learn a lot quicker and faster, more so than if you just have the live stream, or if you just have the morning alerts, or if you just have one-on-ones. Imagine if you had all 3 of them over a 2, 3, 4 month period. Your stock trading game is going to go up. So again, if you weren't around last Friday, that's the sale that I have going on, or I did last Friday. And it's not really, it's a sale, but it's just add-ons. The sale plus add-ons. So if you weren't around last Friday, and you're like, oh shit, what? I can get a year of morning alerts, or a year of the live stream, but then you're going to add in 3 months of this and 3 one-on-ones. Or I get this for a year for $1,000 live stream and morning alerts, but then you're going to throw in 23 one-on-ones for me? Because the real price of this is usually like 15, 16, 17, I forgot what it is. It's double this, is my point. So if you want to take advantage of that, I will, do it again on Black Friday. If you weren't here last Friday for Halloween, I said on Halloween, the last Friday of the last 3 months of the year, I'll do it. So Halloween, I'm doing it. Black Friday, I'm doing it. And the last Friday of December, I'll do it when we do the year-end confessional and New Year's resolution. And the stockalooyas, baby. Stocks go up and down, not around. Stockalooya. No, I got to get that down again. Stockalooya. That's how I do it. Stockalooya. You got to get deep. So again, sell add-ons, take advantage. If you weren't around last Friday, hit me up. Book, and you don't have to hit me up. You just go book the package if you want. If you book the package, I'll add in. I'll go in and do it myself. So I've had traders ask that too, like, well, what do I do? So if you buy that, I go to your profile on my website, and then I add in 23 one-on-ones. Or again, if you buy this, I will then add you and make a note to myself to the live stream and the morning alerts. You don't have to do anything. I'm your own assistant. Yeah, I'll do it for you. That's right. And I'm not only my own assistant here for myself, but I'm your assistant as well. So again, if you just buy, and another thing was just Singularity. If you just want 1 month to test me out, I'm throwing in not only a month of the morning alerts for free, but I'm throwing in one-on-one. So if you just want to book me for 1 month, which I had a few traders just do that last Friday, like, all right, I'll give you a try for a month. You also get live stream or morning alerts for 1 month for free, and I'll throw in one-on-one for free. So even as far as down to this, if you book that, I'm giving you one of these for that for free for a month, the morning alerts, and I'm giving you one-on-one. Again, I'm trying to get you guys to learn. That's the main goal of this. If you have the morning alerts, and you have the live stream, and you have one-on-ones with me, I don't know what else I can, or I don't know what anyone else can do. I'm sure Michael Noss would say that. Michael Katz, you go across the board, be like, yeah, if you he's trying to help you. You got the live stream, you got the morning alerts, and anything I would say would be like, maybe stock trading and what I'm trying to teach isn't it, But I feel like I'm a pretty good teacher. Again, everyone's going to teach different things, but you're not going to get this from Michael Noss or Michael Katz or Money Mitch or, Kevin Avery or Caesar or Matt from earlier, all the guys that stream live or these badass traders, Ross Cameron. They don't do one-on-ones. They're not there to spend all this extra time to help you out individually for hours in on the day or the week or the month. So take advantage of that. If you weren't here last Friday, I'll honor it again today. If you want to sign up for the live stream or whatever it is, the one-on-ones, I'm adding in freebies for you. I'll do it again on Black Friday, and I'll do it again the last Friday of this, or last Friday of December. And here's my website again. If you don't have the link, I'll put the link out there for you guys. If you don't have Prime Trading Investments link, hopefully you do. Oh, let's see here. Do we get voice lessons? Yeah, well, pretty much, yeah. But yeah, no, like I said, yeah. I mean, again, if you book the live stream for 1 month, I'm giving you 1 month of morning alerts, and I give you one free one-on-one. I mean, that alone is almost a $200 extra value for just getting the live stream, because why one-on-one is $150, right? So if you just come over and want to book one session with me just for a feeler, which I've had that out throughout the years, it's $150 for one session with me. Or you can just come over here and get the live stream and beat that for half price. $70, you get the live stream, you get the morning alerts, and a one-on-one for $70 buckaroonies. So that's why I'm adding in all this extra stuff so you guys can, if you need this help, the morning alerts for levels, to go over small cap and large cap plays, breaking them down, how I feel about them, how the market's going to be that day, what trades I'm looking to take at the bell, what looks sexy, like yesterday, AMD, right? Whatever it is, I'm there to help you out and lead you into profit, whether it's small cap, it's large cap. I'm letting you know what to trade, when to trade it, and why you should be trading it. Or then I'm just breaking plays down. Like I may break down Google and give you the levels, or Apple or AMD or Babel or Circle or NVDA or PLTR or Qs or Tesla or SPY. Those are the main ones pretty much every day, but I'm not trading all that. I can't. Those levels are for you. So if you are a SPY trader, you are a Qs trader, you're an NVDA trader, you're a PLTR trader, you can just go to that ticker every day, throw the lines in, also back test, back study, and see how good your lines are. So every morning you could go put lines in and then listen to me. How well do they match up, so to speak? That's what's huge about those morning alerts. You're not only getting levels from me, what to trade, why to trade it possibly, but then you can go back and back test and see how do my levels look against AK's. Live streams just here like it is right now, motivate you, get you positive, find good trades, put you in the right direction. Myron or whoever's got questions about stocks like HLLY, and I'm not even looking at HLLY, and I'm telling you where to short this or where it's going to, how to trade it. I don't care about trading Holly, but you guys might. And then on top of that, besides the live stream and the morning alerts, then you get the one-on-ones. The one-on-ones are huge. Going over an hour long with you guys. I mean, Paula with the freebie this week, if you want to chime in, Paula, and how much that one-on-one may have helped your confidence or leading you in the right direction. That was just one. The first time I had seen Paula in years. I don't know if we'd had one before. It seems like we had, but regardless, it was probably a freebie, right? Anyway, and that's what I'm telling you guys. And then you can see in that one session, you should have seen how, oh, yeah, I need to work on this. Yes, I need to do this more. Because I ask you questions. I mean, I have my set of questions that I ask you guys in these one-on-ones that are very, very important. You know, I want to know, like I asked Michael Noss, I want to know your journey, why you got into stock, blah, 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 blah. But then it gets into, you know, I have all these questions. How'd you get into stock trade? How long, blah, 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 blah. Do you track and journal? Do you ever paper trade? How many trades a day you take? Which broker? Cash margin, count size, share size, how many trades, what time frame? You know, I'm asking you all kinds of questions, getting to know you, and then within asking those questions, boy, oh, you better believe, you know, it's already helping you out and leading you in the right direction. So again, that's why I'm doing this crazy, you know, sales/add-ons giveaway, whatever you want to call it, because I've realized that if you have, and you need, I'm telling you, invest in yourself. I have so many people that need to do 23 one-on-ones with me, and it's only $875. Yet they would rather go buy an eval at Trade the Pool for 100, 200K just to lose all that money that they just bought for the eval, or they'd rather take and trade their own money and have commissions and fees and lose. And next thing you know, they've lost $875 with commissions and fees and lost trades. Fucking go spend 23 hours with me instead. How about that? I'm telling you guys, invest in yourself. That's the only way you're going to get better. It's from the morning alerts. It's from the live stream. It's from doing one-on-ones. Like you got to do this. You got to do it all. You can't just, I'm gonna sit back and it's gonna come. It's gonna hit me one day. No, it's not. Probably. No, it's not. Real quickly, my other links out there for you beautiful people. Again, the website's out there. Here's my Instagram and YouTube. So I've got lessons and live stream and so much good information here. I will be posting not only the Dual Stream Friday that I did with Michael Noss next week, but later today here at lunch here in the next couple of hours, I will be posting the Dual Stream with CR Trader here in the next couple of hours. So get ready for some more amazing content coming up soon. And this is what I mean by put your lines in and trade them. Look how we were resistance support right on this little sandwich line. And now we're doing it again on the bottom line. Once support, now resistance, right? This is what I'm going to teach you. Put your lines in and then eventually how to trade them. Do it also I can get Black Friday. Yeah, get it. Hopefully so, King Lion. Hopefully so. Invest in yourself. Oh, yeah, it needs that Black Friday deal. Let's bring it. Let's bring it. Bring it on. But yes, you get the voice lessons or alerts, whatever you want to call it, CM Punk. I'm telling you, invest in yourself, team. It's nice to have these free streams, I know, and but if you don't invest in yourself and do some one-on-ones or get the morning alerts or the live stream and kind of get it all together, that's where most traders end up being successful. It's hard to just watch, videos or even a live stream or join a Discord to really get it. I mean, I even get that from the people on the Discord, because I do one-on-ones with them, and they're still just, because they're asking, like, say, trying to short the top and asking CR Trader questions. CR Trader's doing his best to explain it all. Of course, he even went live last week. You can only do so much unless you see something day in, day out, week in, week out, and you're with that person going over stuff. That's where you start to pick up the little nuances and you start to really understand how to trade. Can I get a one-on-one since I just got the live? Yeah, I should have added on. I don't remember if I've added it on to everybody's, but I think I have. I can't remember if I haven't added it onto your... But I know there was a group of guys that just bought one. And what I was going to do was most likely was just going to reach out to you guys. But I can just add it to your that's what I was going to do. That's why. So the people that booked just the live stream, just 1 month of it, or, like I was just saying, hey, well, you may pay and you may be here for month and month on end, hopefully. But if you just want to do, like I was saying, just 1 month of the live stream for $70, you get the morning alerts for free. I should add you to it if you already have it. If you already have it, well, you get 1 free month of morning alerts down the line whenever you want it. And then what I was going to do is I was just going to reach out to you guys and say, hey, I was going to email you all individually and tell you when because it's only one, but if you want me to add it too, it's either or. But I was going to email you guys essentially that booked that one-on-one, because I have let's go back to my penny stocks tab. Yeah, right here. So I got a few from last week that I need to reach out to. So here's a few of them here. I don't think I've got yours grouped into that one is why, but it's over in my, I put them all over on my penny stocks tab on my Google, my Gmail, because I get emails when people buy or cancel subscriptions of mine. and I will be emailing. I'm mailing out books. So I know I've got some books to mail out too as well. I won't have books for everybody in the end. I know at first I was like, hey, sign up for a package, you get a book. Yeah, I don't have that many books, so that's not happening. Oh, we just like this too. This is messed up. Nothing moving. Yeah, Jesse. Yes, it's been this way, Jesse, and will be this way. I talked about this for a couple of weeks now. I called this out coming. I knew this was coming. I saw it slowly come into this a few weeks ago, where we weren't getting as many spikes, and the spikes we were getting weren't lasting as long. And our top gainers, and I said this, where we'll come into chat and we may get one 100% mover, literally, like we did today with BKYI. And then it's going to go down to 60%, 40%, 30%, 20%. There are going to be days, Merlin, stop licking. There are going to be days, and I'm surprised we haven't had one yet, where we have 20, 30% movers, and that's it. In 2022, that was the worst stretch of that. And I can't remember how long it lasted, but we had a stretch in 2022 where I'll never forget the top gainers were 20 to 40% every single day. It was crazy. It was crazy slow. Nights, yeah, I believe I still have one on my 3-pack, I believe. Yeah. Hey, go look. Go log in, top right-hand corner. It has everything there for you on my website. So all you have to do is go to my website, Prime Trading Investments, that link up there. Log in, top right-hand corner, go to your profile. It'll show everything. It'll show your past one-on-ones. If you have ones coming up, you have any one-on-ones left. AMD could fall all the way down to 213. Yeah, AMD's slow and steady here. I'm watching SPY kind of drift on down too as well. That's what we're getting today, it seems like, here from the large cap plays. Just kind of, in my opinion, choppier for sure today than compared to yesterday for large caps, where it was more staircasey down. Today, now just momentum from the SPY. And nice another trend line crack there from AMD. Not a very long trend line, but we did just have a nice trend line crack there on AMD and came down about $1 or so. I think AMD's about done, though, for the day. Not too much left. Cosmic Race! Mr. Frank Legladder. SPY to 660 or lower today. Ooh, good question. That's a good question. Boy, this is crazy ugly back in October. This is much better. Honestly, with this play, on there, that 4-hour time frame hitting this low, kind of the trend here, I think I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the SPY magnets its way down to this. Now, today, like I said, I really feel we're getting down to this. I don't see how we don't get down to that. But for Merlin again with the fart, brother. Sit down. Not Groot. I love him, but man, not my Groot. Just not Groot farted, but he just is a very stubborn boy. Haven't had him that long though. Haven't had Merlin that long. I feel this is a lock and a done deal that we'll find our way back down to 650. Low 650s. For the day, such a good question. I'm going to say 658.50. I like this little juncture right there. Nope, no low, not happening today. Not going to be lower than 660 today. I'm going to say 660. You don't get lower than that today. That's just what I'm going to go with there. I'm going to go, we do not get lower than 660 today. And there you go. You heard it first. Let's see how the past one-on-one. Where does it show? If I have one, it should show somewhere in there. I don't have it. Unfortunately, I haven't booked one-on-ones with myself, so I don't really know. If Cosmic Rays or someone else that knows can actually help out King Lion. That's the one thing where I've had this, some of these questions about my website. I'm like, unfortunately, I don't know because I've never booked any sessions for myself. Maybe I should have done that and paid myself, and so I would know what to look for, But I don't know. Oh, you found it. Cool. I have 2 because I got 3-pack and I got 1 free. There you go. All right, so I should have 3 after the free one. There you go. And there you go, brother. You got 3. 3's better than none. But yeah, that's funny. I get asked that throughout the years. How long you think this lasts? For small caps, Jesse, if you're talking about small caps, probably till Thanksgiving, the week before that. It's going to last through through next week, in my opinion. It's going to last through next week. So it's typically that Friday, Thursday before Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving, the last Thursday of every month, whatever Thursday it is. I don't know the date of that this month, but it goes about 7 days before that. So that Wednesday or Thursday before Thanksgiving is typically when small caps get this picking. And again, just look at earnings reports too. By then earnings are done. They've all been reported for the most part. We've had our pullback on the SPY in these large cap plays, and we're now popping back on up, getting ready for December, and they'll Santa rally, blah, 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 blah. Watch for that week before Thanksgiving. The week before Thanksgiving, we start to get hot again. Oh yeah, time to learn TOS. Hey, TOS, I got you for days on TOS. I got you for days on TOS. All right, who wants to win a freebie with me so you can see what it's like to be with AK47? Let's see here. I've got, that's right, Big Mar, the one-on-one Elise, Paula Reese. Already got those scheduled, Paula. Other cousins getting lined up here. Freebie what? Free session with me. A free session with me. A free one-on-one to learn, me to get to know you really more so. I want to get to know you as a trader. Who are you? What do you trade? Why do you trade? What you trade? When you started? What's your share size? You tracking your journal? All that good stuff. Because generally, if I do one, you're going to want to come back and do more. Now, not always. Some people will just do one freebie and cool, thanks. Most usually get a package after that too. Yeah, just a way to help you guys. So you can come in and do a one-on-one and you're like, oh shit, I do need to do these. This was very beneficial, etc. Oh, a free massage session. Hey, if you want to get a free massage from me, you're going to have to come to my house. We'll do a in-person training massage. So I'll put you in front of my setup right here. I'll get a little massage table in the office. You come in, the dogs will they'll lick you up. That's how, I don't usually use oil. I'll just let my dogs lick you all over your body. Well, essentially what I'm about to massage. So, I'll start with the back and the arms. So I'll have my Great Danes come in and just lick you, and then I'll get Einstein, our oldest. He just loves skin. So I'll have him lather you up too as well. And I'll get to really getting into those muscles. It's that dog saliva, that dog slobber that really does the trick. I don't know what's in that slobber exactly that gets into your pores and your skin. Gets you nice and relaxed. You release those toxins. You got to think about that. What dogs' tongues, their mouths are actually cleaner than ours, right? So when he's cleaning you, so he's getting all that gross shit out of your pores. You got to think about that. So I'm not only massaging you, relaxing you from the dog slobber that's cleaning and detoxing your skin. You're going to learn stocks and charting and release some therapy, much needed venting, as I hear you bitch and complain and moan about your shitty trading. I love talking stupid shit. What do you think of NQ? Is it the same candles? Nah, no, it'll look similar. NQ, the futures. It's kind of like, to me, if you're trading the futures, right, you're going to want to trade this with the Qs. So typically, you're going to want to look at it with the Qs, my man. So the Qs right here, this is going to run a little bit more similar in togetherness, are the Qs. The Qs and NQ. The Qs and NQ. It's profitable, Jason. When I think about it, it's volatile. It's very volatile. You can make money, a lot of money off of it in a quick hurry. But again, if you're wrong, you're going to lose a lot of money in a hurry. But it is very, very, very profitable. Very short amount of time, you can make a lot of money. Of course, this is something that when I get Caesar back on, this is Caesar's territory. So the two people it sounds like you want to talk to the most are going to be Caesar about the charts and what to trade in futures, and then ask Michael Noss about the bots and the AI part of it. So you can get those two going together. Let's see. After my first real one, I realized I needed to be more organized with questions and charts for the next one. Yeah, yes, for sure. Sailing girl, yeah, you want it, you know it. Get rich, die trying, yes, you got it. Ingrid, I was like, what's up, Corey? All right, freebie, one-on-one with me. TKW, have you ever had one before? Ever had a free massage from AK47? Just kidding. Hey, listen, massages are cool. I'm down with that. I do usually, generally speaking, have soft hands, give good massages. But a little bit more so about massaging your brain in the stock market. Oh, you have? You've had some one-on-ones with me? Have you? I've worked with so many people. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's not like, oh, it's awesome. I just know so many people now. I mean, it's worked with people. That's what I've worked with people from Scotland to Australia to Ireland to, I can't remember all the different countries. I remember the most recent ones. Different countries. It's fucking cool. It's so cool. Something I never thought I'd be. I knew positive Josh, right? I knew I'd get here right someday. I just didn't think about this part of it. Like, oh yeah, I do one-on-ones. I want to help out people. I thought about this forever ago. I've said this story and journey forever. Anyway, long story short, did a one-on-one forever ago when I was in Dallas, and the guy paid me like $100 an hour. Met him at Starbucks. He followed me on Instagram and said, hey man, hit me up on the messenger. And like, oh, blah, 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 let's do these. And I'm like, oh fuck, this is an extra income stream. Hell yeah, I'll do some one-on-ones with people. I wasn't that good though back then. And I realized even when I did that one-on-one, I was kind of like, it was cool, but I was like, I just wasn't organized. Even when I first started doing the one-on-ones in 2021 into 2022, it wasn't as they are now. Like now they're so much more organized, and I know exactly what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. When I'm talking to the people, and it's really beneficial, much more so now than it was years ago. I mean, they've always been beneficial, but now they're crazy beneficial because of the insight that I have even more so. And then working with hundreds and it's got to be over 500 people now in the one-on-ones. What you guys are doing and knowing what you're doing, and then now I can direct like a coach. You got to be a football coach. You're gonna have all these different personalities over and over and over coming to you, and you got to realize how to work with them, what fits their eye, what floats their boat, what motivates them. That's huge now. So yes, we'll see you back when I subscribed to Deck Channel. I won with you. Ah, nice. This is why I can't ever wear. Look at this. You should see this slobber. Damn it, Merlin. That's why I can't ever wear nice shirts on the live stream. I remember when I first started streaming, I was wearing anyway. That stopped regardless. But every day, like I wore my Broncos, that orange, nice Broncos, whatever. I say nice, but it's nice Broncos gear. A couple of times I had to get the white erase marker because I'd look over and one of the Great Danes like put their slobber on me, and then within their slobber there's like this. And then it leaves a mark on your shirt. Ay. All right, ready, set, go. Freebie time. One free session with me. One freebie. Is everybody ready for the free session? I'll make this a question that's up for everybody. So it's not like you have to Google it. It's going to be one of those ones where you're going to have a lot of answers, I should say. Kind of like, what's the most money I ever made in a trade? And you just guys are trying to figure it out nonstop. It's one of those. Anyone's got to open guess at this. This isn't one of like a Googleable, an AI type question that you could just ask ChatGPT. All right, you ready? I don't even have a question yet. I'm trying to think. Let's think of something here that anybody could guess. My brain it's not working right now. I'm not thinking of anything that says, oh yeah, that's a good question. Like right now my brain is so flat. We'll do that. We'll just do this. We'll go to ChatGPT. Let's go to ChatGPT. Man, right now my brain is just, I'm telling you, it's Friday. Every Friday I get like this from like, brrr. Oh, what's a good question? What's a good question? That way anyone can get an answer on this. Oh my, I am so fucking mind blank right now, team. It is crazy. 600 on Qs. Watch for 660 possibly there on SPY coming up soon. We want to pull back a little bit more here. I just can't think of anything right now. All right, so I'm just going to come up with something very stupid and simple. All right, everybody ready? Everybody ready? Here we go. Question of the day. And I'll type it out as well. I'm going to type it out. Question for giveaway. All right, so here's the question. How many letters are in my full name? So on my full name, how many letters? You got to know my middle name. You got to know my full first name. How many characters? How many letters is it? Is it 10? Is it 20? Is it 30? Is it 40? Is it 50? Like Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's got to be one of them. I don't know what Arnold's middle name is, but my God, that's got to have like 40 characters, 40 letters. I don't know. How many? It's a number, right? How many are in my full name? Wow, that did not take long. That did not take long. All right, Fred won. I just want to verify that again. I was waiting for some more answers to come in there. It's 15. 15. Not very many characters, not many letters. I really want to know what Bo Nix's middle name is. Bo Nix has got like the shortest name ever. That's 5 right there, just Bo Nix. I don't know what his middle name is. What his middle name was? Bojo Nix. Bojo Nix. Fred gets a free session with me. It's 15. Now you guys know. I'm not going to tell you my full name again. I think you all know my full name. Fred, Mr. Austin Trader. 15, Mr. Joshua Allen Smith. That's right. A-L-A-N, not A-L-L-E-N. Also, it's not just Josh, it's Joshua. So I'll go over here to Fred. I'll go over to his, because I know he's got a package possibly already active here. And I'm going to go over to it and edit that and give him an extra freebie. Freebie, baby. Freebie time. I'll actually even go over here to Lion, since you do have sessions too as well, Mr. Lion. And I'll add in King Lion's free session. There you go. There's your freebie for the day. Love it. Absolutely love it. All right, any last questions? Anything you guys want to go over? I'm going to call it a day myself. And there you go, Mr. Lion. Added on that freebie for you. Bought that in August of last year. Bo Chapman Nix. This is his real name. Really? So Chapman. That's what? 8 letters? 1, 2, 3, 4. What? 7 letters? Chapman. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7. That's a pretty short name. It's a pretty short name. You got it? Yeah. I couldn't think of anything. My brain is just dead. I'm like, brr. It's Friday. The real Josh Allen that actually wins. Yeah. Yeah, not the one with L-L-E-N. I actually win in postseason too, unlike him. Yeah, right. You know, that guy can't get it done in the postseason. He's a good regular season quarterback. But when postseason comes, that guy can't get it done. Come on, Josh Allen. He's a good quarterback. That was really good. Yeah, Fred, good job. Bus boy, you got it. King Lion, appreciate it. Fred for being here. My man CM Punk, TK Dubs, Jesse's girl, Elise in chat. Aussie chick, Mr. Joe. Coming over, and he was even guessing there. Joe says, I want to one. Mr. Ben. What's up, Ben Noodle? Haven't seen you in a minute, man. How have you been, brother? Hopefully been good. He almost got it at 16. Was one off today. One off. Corey, my man, what's up? That's Hoops to Trade. See, right? I remember everybody's names. Get Rich, how we doing? Saline Girl. Any last questions? Any stocks you want to go over? Cosmic Rays. Everyone from earlier in the morning, from joining, from Mr. Osborne. Of course, we had CR Trader, and we had JT's, and we had the Bus Boys, and the Dazas. Also, that game was trash last night. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, dude. Hey, listen, ain't nothing about Geno. The Broncos defense is one of the best defenses there are. I mean, that game was not, listen, that game should not have been that close. If Bo Nix didn't suck as bad as he did, or does, he's too inconsistent. He's got decent numbers. Honestly, he's got pretty good numbers. If you look at his numbers, you wouldn't think he's as inconsistent as he is. It's just those fourth quarters that were most of his. I mean, you look at first through third quarter, most games for Bo Nix, like his stats, they're atrocious. I think he's got one game this year, the one against the Cowgirls. Thank gosh, I love beating the Cowboys in Arkansas, where he had it all game. We got studs. I mean, defense is loaded. We even had two of our starters out last night on the defense, and still, they couldn't do anything, which the Raiders are terrible. So I wasn't expecting that or worried about that. But I'm like, if you're going to let the Raider, that just shows you how that offense is just, but they got studs. They got Cortland Sutton. They got Harvey. They got Mims when he was out last night. But you got a lot of good players on the offense. The quarterback, his decision making, and his inconsistencies. He'll throw some shit balls, and then he'll throw a dime. I mean, even my wife, Avery, notices. It's crazy because Avery's really, I'd say at times, is kind of an inconsistent fan. Whatever has gotten back on the board here recently and watching more so and paying attention, but she even notices how I'm like, not that she's like, oh, I can do it, but she's like, he's terrible. I'm like, yeah, he can be really good at times. Like, literally, be really good at times. And then at times, and most times, I would say majority of the time, it's so inconsistent, it's bad. 2 weeks in a row, though. I mean, they've had a lot of weeks like that, games. They were a little higher scoring earlier on to start the year, and then still were fine until the last 2 weeks. Last 2 weeks, that offense, even in the fourth quarter, is just, I mean, we've gotten the dub, but we played Houston on Sunday, and I called it last night to Night Trader that's on my Discord, because I think he had one of the Broncos on his fantasy football, and I'm like, look, it's going to either be like Houston's game on Sunday, ugly, low-scoring shit, or we're going to blow them out like the Cowboys. And at the end of the first quarter, I was like, well, got our answer. It's going to be just like Sunday against Houston. And I was fucking dead on it. Dead on it. But yeah, I wasn't worried about the Raiders and Geno, obviously. Broncos defense. I'm not worried about most offenses. There will be, like the Chiefs, I think that's we play them next. The Bills, the Chiefs. There are some teams where I'm like, oh boy, we're going to have to score to win. You're going to have to put some... It's kind of the opposite. It reminds me of my Razorbacks when we had Bobby Petrino. We have him again now, which is kind of funny. But it's just because he's offense coordinator. Our head coach got fired anyway. But when we had Bobby P, and our offense was just... We were killing it. We're a top 10 team, top 20 team in college football there for a few years with Petrino. Our offense was fucking fire. We knew we were going to put 40 on the board. We were just worried about the defense. Were they going to be able, because like when we play Alabama or LSU, that was always the question. Like, okay, who's going to score the most points? Can our defense hold them? We know our offense is going to score, but are we going to be able to put enough points on the board because our defense is just going to give fucking up 100? So it's like we have to score. So it's like the opposite now with the Broncos. Their defense is very similar to the Broncos in 2015 with Peyton Manning. Where it was hit or miss. And then if you remember that, we had to get Brock Osweiler to come in because Peyton was hurt and just playing like shit. Because that offense, and again, offense had studs. It had a great running back in C.J. Anderson. It had a great wide receiving core in Demaryius Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders and the tight end anyway. They had studs on that Broncos offense because they were just the most prolific. It's crazy how the Broncos went from the most prolific offense in NFL history in 2013. Yes, they lost the Super Bowl, but in 2013, highest scoring team ever, most passing yards ever, I think maybe even most yards ever for a team ever in a season, the Broncos in 2013. Most points scored, most yards ever. Then 2 years later, it's the complete opposite. They still have all those studs on offense, but can't get a damn thing done because of the quarterback. But thank God they had the defense they did to win the Super Bowl. And I think that's a lot like this year. Except for we have Bo Nix and not Peyton Manning. Peyton got that magic going a little bit at the end of the year. If you remember, it was last game of the year. We had to play the Chargers. He came in off the bench. We were losing that game. Brock Osweiler was starting to look like shit. Really was shit anyway, but really not much of a choice when Peyton's kind of got a dead arm and shoulder now. But it's Peyton Manning's head. That's the key. And so he learned how to use that shit fucking arm and shoulder he had. That was just, he couldn't throw nothing but dead ducks for, 10, 20 yards. That's about it. But he knew he could throw 10 to 20 yards and dead ducks. He's like, okay, well, if I know where to throw ahead of time, I can get these dead ducks out, and I'll still have, and that's what he did. He did in the Super Bowl. Got just enough done that we needed, on the offensive side. We don't have Peyton Manning. Listen, I take that. I would take Peyton Manning, that shit arm and shoulder, over Bo Nix any day of the week right now, for sure. And I would say this team is going to the Super Bowl or has a really good shot to and win. Because it's the same defense in a way. It's just the quarterback. You can't play offense like that with the remaining schedule. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. They showed that. We had the stretch and we won the stretch. Really, if you think about it, if you watch our games, we should be 10-0. We should be 10-0. We were up and had the Colts beat and won. And then there was a late call on some bullshit penalty on the field goal. We should have beat the Colts. We had the Colts won. We won the game. And then the refs were like, oh, no, flag. And then even the drive before that, our field goal kicker missed it. We should have beat the Colts, really, right? And then the Chargers, we were up, same thing, fourth quarter, should have won. Let that game go. We were up like 10-7, whatever, against the Chargers. So we were so close to being 10-0. But then we're so close to being like 7. So that's like the double-edged sword of that. We're so close to being 10-0, but so close to being like 3-7. So it's nuts. It's nuts. But yeah, that remaining schedule we have. Defense will keep us in the game. I know that, but the offense is going to have to get back to scoring like they did against the Colts and the Chargers. We've got to get back to like the 25, 30-point corridor. Somewhere in there. 24 points, 27 points, 30 points, 28 points, something like that. Can't be getting these 12, 14, 10, whatever the fucker, The ain't going to be winning with 10, 14, 15 points. But yeah. See, I'm not a Bama fan, but LSU is going to get crushed this week by Bama. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I'm not really a fan of any other team in the SEC for the most part, really. I mean, I will then root for the SEC when it comes for like tourney time or playoff time or whatever. Like it's funny. I'll have guys in like my buddies. I'm in a group chat, and they're always against the SEC, and I'm like, you do realize that's not good for Arkansas. Like just because Bama lost in the fucking national championship game ain't doing. You think because they lost it's going to help us? No, it's not. Having them win the championships has more eyes because what happens now, especially with the portal and NIL. Let these people go to Bama or LSU. Ain't all of them going to play. They can't. Then we're going to get Georgia. We're going to get the leftovers. The guys the 3, 4, 5 stars that just couldn't get it done there out of the gate because they got 800 fucking 5 stars. Like they're going to come to us, because they're not getting play, PT there. I think it's so dumb when guys root against when it goes like, I get it if it's game in, game out. But when it gets to like SEC versus Big 12, SEC versus whatever, you don't need to be rooting for them. You need to be rooting for us in the SEC. Then what's the point at the end of every, like at the bowl game, if you're an SEC team and you win the bowl game, at the very end of the game, you're going to hear SEC, SEC. We're chanting SEC as in we're the best, we're the shit, this is the conference. Why in the hell are you not doing that? We're going to chant SEC at the end of the games. That's what you're doing. You're chanting and saying we're the best. It's so goofy that when those guys that I'm like, because then I tell them, I was like, oh, okay, so when we beat Kansas State in the Cotton Bowl, that was a few years ago now, but whatever. And you chanted SEC with the rest of us, didn't you? Or were you the one going like, Nah, Big 12. Nah, Big. No, you weren't. You were probably chanting SEC, weren't you? Well, if you were chanting SEC after that win in the bowl game, why the fuck aren't you for SEC right now when Bama's playing Wisconsin or Bama's playing, Ohio State, whatever, Huh? Makes no sense. Oh, man. Let's see. Defense is nasty. You didn't have... Oh, I know, yeah. Defense is nasty. It's definitely, like I said, it's kind of like that no-fly zone 2015 team. You're getting sacks, from, like, we had Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware. Now you got Nick Bonito and Cooper. I mean, you got two edge rush. Then you got dudes in the middle. Michael Myers, whatever his name is. And you got... whatever is Allen, one of the Allen dudes. I don't know if he's related to all the Allen guys, but I think his name, I forgot. Anyway, you got studs on the D line. Linebackers are a little They're good, but they're not the linebackers from that no-fly zone. Then you got defensive backs like the no-fly zone. I say the no-fly zone had better deep backs, deeper, right? They had overall a deeper cast, but again, Bo Nix is all it's gonna come back to. Love and all, hate portal. Yeah, I don't like NIL either, though. These guys, no offense, you got to admit, Corey, these guys making 3, 4, 5, 7 mil, Carson Becks of the world, he goes to Miami because why? He knows if he goes to the NFL, he ain't making that money, and B, he ain't going to be playing in the NFL because Carson fucking Beck of the University of Miami Hurricanes fucking sucks. Carson Beck ain't no starting pro. He ain't no. I'll tell you right now, Carson Beck ain't gonna be playing in the NFL. And if and when he ever plays in the NFL, that motherfucker ain't no $5 million a year quarterback. I'd pay that dude about 500 motherfucking K to sit on the bench and eat some fucking Wheaties and fill my fucking water, because Carson fucking Beck ain't close to worth that much. So the fact that these guys are making more money than, say, I can go back to, like, let's go to Rodney Peete. Let's go back to Rodney Peete. You know how much more money Rodney Peete, and he went to the NFL and he's married to badass Holly Robinson, that smoking hot chick. Rodney Peete, you know how much money he made in his NFL career? Go back and look at it. Go back and look how much Randall fucking Cunningham made. Go back and look how much even John Elway made in his career. Joe Montana, Roger Staubach's, Jim Kelly's, Dan Marino's. What? Carson Beck's making more money in college than those guys ever made in their pro career? Now, I get times change as far as money, right? I get that. We're like, back then, this equals this now, right? But still, when I go in my head that this motherfucker's making more money than those guys ever made in their career in a year, nah, that's fucking stupid. That's fucked up. Why aren't doctors and people like surgeons? They're now, some of them may be smart enough and they're good enough and they got a scholarship. But you know how many engineers like CR Trader of the world, you know how many doctors of the world have $100,000, $200,000 in debt when they get out of school, but yet they're trying to help the fucking world out, actually save people's lives and shit? Nah, I ain't about the NIL. Nah, man. I ain't about the NIL. Never will be. Never, ever have been. Go back to 20 years ago. Never. Up their scholarship. Give them money when they get there. Them making this much money? Hell no. Hell no. Because that's where the portal has fucked it up. Because what? Carson Beck. They're tied together. I can now transfer because this team's going to pay me more. I can now transfer because this team's going to pay me more. That's all the NIL is. That's all the portal is. I can't. Hell no. I ain't about that. I never will be about that. It's fucked up to me. Because then you got, I don't want to go through the depths of that. That's like a whole, I could rant for like another hour on that. You have to pay, the refs are always huge. I hate refs. I fucking hate refs. But the money was not the same. Oh yeah, for sure. TV deals were huge. I know that. Yeah. Not technically everyone can become a doctor. Technically everyone can become a stock trader, right? Yeah, no. How many people literally become surgeons? How many people become, it's just very few and far between. How many people are stock traders, right? It's bullshit to me. And if you are going to have the NIL and the transfer portal, you've got to limit how many times they can transfer. You need to put a cap, like a salary cap, on how much they can make. There's no way any person in college is A, worth, or B, should make that kind of money, in my opinion. There's just no, I just don't think it's right at all to pay them what they're paying, and they can just pay whatever they want. There needs to be like a cap, team-wise, player-wise. Transfer portal, they get an X amount they can transfer. I think it's like that one girl that played, like there was a one girl that played college basketball. The Van Lithgow, I forgot what her name was. She played it. She played at Louisville, then she went to LSU, then she went to TCU. 3 years, 3 schools. Like, no offense, but they're student athletes. You're supposed to go to learn stuff. They're not there. They ain't learning shit. All they want to do is, and then they need to have that. You need to then move get rid of the NCAA. Get rid of the tie between they're going to school or they're not. Are they going to school or are they not? Then yeah, go pay them a few mil. But it's got to be minor league baseball, right? It's got to be. I think it's dumb as fuck. It's absolutely retarded. I hate to use that word, but it is dumb. It is dumb, and it just never will like it. I've said that for years though, because it's doing that where to me, and go back to any old head. It ruins the sport. Anyone to me that's around 30, 35 or older that I've talked to has said the NIL and transfer portal has completely fucked up sports, or at least the college sports. You're not getting guys to be, staying there 3-4 years. You're not getting juniors and seniors. If you are getting juniors and seniors, you don't know them because they've transferred 18 times, and you're just like, who's this dude? They don't care for the team nearly as much anymore. All they care about is just money. They're not there for the passion, the love of the game anymore. That's far gone. You might have, in my opinion, you go back to like the 90s and prior, I would say 95% of those guys played for the love of the game. I would say now it's literally, I would say it's almost a complete 180, and 5% of the people, literally 5% play for the love of the game. They like the game. Do they love it? Nah. No. They wouldn't transfer all that. They would be there to play with that. Like LeBron James. There's your role model that started all this. Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen. Go back to those guys. They were the first to really start doing it. LeBron took it to a whole nother level. And then he's la-flopping. He's la-bumming. He is bitching his way to the top of the, and any, again, person that knows sports. And I get the whole athleticness of him, but he's nowhere near Michael Jordan. Like, I don't think he's even near Michael Jordan. Like, if they played one-on-one in their prime, LeBron James would be so... And then he made people better. You would never have heard, ever have heard of, again, Scottie Pippen if it wasn't for Michael Jordan. I can't stand that with, it never won without Pippen. Motherfucker, do you know who Pippen was? I've talked about this before. He's from Hamburg, Arkansas. Went to UCA as a towel boy, all 6 foot of him when he was, a 19, 20-year-old. He randomly grew 6 inches 1 year and learned how to play basketball even better. He was a towel boy. He was equipment manager in college. Yeah, that guy. That guy. Right. You have to be a masshole running this NCAA so good. Like, oh yeah. I just don't like it anymore. I still watch sports. I still love my Saturdays. I love college football. I love, college basketball, watching my Razorbacks the other night. Yeah, I'm still going to love sports. Just that ain't going to go away. I just have less respect for it now. Refs, right? That's been a big part of the last decade for sure. And you can tell there's a lot of pay for play. There's a lot of manipulation going on with refs and what's going on in the upper. I don't really care to know about it and want to know. I just let me watch my teams, just let it go. Like going back to the Chiefs, right? There's been some bad refs and money involved there. And then talking about money, because that's all it is anymore. And then these guys just, quarterbacks making 40, 50, 60 mil. Just crazy how it's just crazy. And then going back to even go to Brock Osweiler. Peyton's going to leave, right? He's retiring. Brock Osweiler was pissed and mad because we replaced him at the end of the year because it's Peyton fucking Manning. It is his team. You're going to be a little bitch and go to the Houston Texans. And here's why. Because we were offering like $15 million a year. Dude wanted $18 million a year. And I remember, I forgot what he was making on his rookie contract. But he went from like making nothing to now all of a sudden, you're demanding $18 million a year? We're offering you 15 to stay in Denver. It's Denver. We just won the Super Bowl. You want to go play for the Houston, and you saw where that led them. You know, he got his money. Yeah, he could have got his money in Denver and actually probably played a little longer. Yeah, he got his money. Could have got it anywhere. 3 more extra million. What is 3 more million a year going to do? I know it's a lot of money, but my God. That's just nuts to think that, oh, I need 3 more million a year. Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of money. After taxes, I mean, maybe it's $1.5 million, but still. 15 ain't enough. You need 18? This is like what I say when I'm walking down the street, or you guys in stock trading. I need more. I need more. You're always greedy for more. If I walk down the street and give you $100, there ain't one probably soul in the world that's going to say, where's 500 more? You gave me 100. You don't have a few more of these to give me? You're going to be like, holy fuck, I just got $100. This dude just gave me $100. And so would Brock Osweiler. If I handed him $100, he'd be like, oh, fuck, hell yeah. But now you need 3 more mil? You were just making like $1 million a year, bro. 15 ain't enough. You need 18, huh? I just started losing respect, I still love. Respect's been lost. How about the guy who quit the G League and is now not playing college basketball again, making more money? Let's see, not playing. Let's see, who got to quit? Not playing and not playing college, and makes sense. Yeah, I was gonna say now. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that's just crazy to me. That's just dumb, and that's what it's. I don't. It's just dumb. Again, they need to have a cap on it. It just doesn't make sense, right? Like I'm gonna quit with the pro league and go back to college because I'm gonna make some NIL money. Hey, good for the guys. I'm glad they're making money. I will say yes. Like imagine the Vince Youngs of the world. Imagine the Reggie Bushes of the world. Matt Leinerts. I can go through all the studs. Ricky Williams. Just going back, I don't know why I just going to Texas and USC plays. But there have been studs throughout the years. Massive studs. What about those guys? Those guys brought natties, ships, Heismans. No back money for them? No back pay? You know how much money they made for you? USC? Texas? That just blows my mind. But now I'm going to pay these guys that won't even win anything for me, but hell, whatever. Make some money, coaches make money. Oh, yeah, kids should make something, but it's messy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I've said that. I said, yes, they should make something, yeah. But what, A, what they're making. B, why about all the guys in the past that actually did win and were way better players? Anyway, so it just is just one of those things that I just don't get. I mean, I get, but I don't get. Yeah. Because then here's what I've always said. What about and I know they're not. What about UConn? Let's just go to UConn. When you guys think Corey, Jay, to all you guys that know college, what do you think when you think UConn sports? I'm waiting to hear from it. UConn sports, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? 3, 2, women's college basketball. When you think UConn Huskies, no, you don't think no men's basketball. You might a little bit, but when you think UConn Huskies, you think of Gino Ariyama. You think about the hundreds of WNBA players they've spit out over the last two decades. This is my point. Why aren't they making the same money the UConn college football players are making? I'm not trying to go WNBA here. My point is UConn's women's basketball brings in more money to that school, I guarantee you, than any other college or any other athletic program does. It's not even. I guarantee it's probably not even close. And this is what I said 20 years ago. I said this was my argument. Tennessee Volunteers back when Pat Summitt was there. Let's say that right now it's that. Those girls that women's basketball program brought in money in those days and more than the men's team did. I guarantee, not maybe the football program, but basketball wise, when Pat Summitt was there, I fucking guarantee you that women's program brought in more money than the men's. So if that's the case here with UConn, then why the fuck, since they're bringing in more money and it's all about money, UConn women's basketball players should be making more money not only than the men's, but also than the football players. But they ain't making more, but they're not making more than the football players are. That's my point. They may make bank, but they're not making the right amount of money. It's completely fucked up. If you go look at what they're making compared to what money they're bringing in, is my point, per capita. This is like a stock trade for me. I could break this whole thing down if I wanted to for you guys. As much money as that program's bringing in, they're not making the money per capita versus other programs across the board. That's my point. And it's going to stay that way. Let's just say, I know they don't bring in money as much, for sure, compared to the men's side of there's a great men's basketball team like every year, Duke, right? No, but in UConn, at that university alone, is my point. Like, but it's not. It's just I don't. So that's why I don't get it. It's like it makes zero sense. They have no rhyme and reason of who they're paying, why they're paying them, how much they're paying them, and that's where I'm like, well, it's just like, hey, here's money. I'm like, at least in the pro leagues, it's usually identified for a reason of how much money they're going to make, and there are people that hold out because they think they are worth more. Why is that not happening in NIL? Like, why don't we have a cap? We have it's just like, you get $7 million. We're going to give you $3 million. You're going to get $5 million a year. And then, I just don't get it. It makes no sense. Pearson actually played long-term college. Durant was one and done. No, I was talking about I'm talking about the team building, back to LeBron, chasing stuff. That's what I meant. Like, as in now everyone's doing that. Well, this isn't working, I'm going to go here. Well, this isn't working, I'm going to go here. Not that I'm saying they kind of started it. Paul Pierce, as in with the Boston Celtics, the big three. You know, they're like, you play here, you play. Let's just all play on the same team together. Imagine if we all played together, how good we'd be. That kind of the start of it is what I always say, but it really got terrible with LeBron and the decision and all that bullshit. I'm going to go to this team because this wasn't working. I'm going to this team because I'm going over this team because this was. Hey, and then what's everyone see that? I mean, and for whatever reason, it's funny, but anyone that's 20-ish, 25 and younger that have been watching him, A, think he's the GOAT, and B, now think that's okay to do. And so I've said this even for over a decade now. So is that then going to make America worse as humans? Because what are they going to say? I don't like working at Chili's. I'm going to go over to Fogo. Man, Fogo sucks, and I don't like waiting tables. I'm going to go be a carpenter. Man, I don't like being a carpenter. I'm going to be a school teacher. Nah, I don't like school teaching. And then you're jumping from, like, and it's usually not that. You're going from Chili's to working at Rent-A-Center to working at AutoZone to working at McDonald's, and you're never fucking moving up any ladder. You're just going from one place to the next because you don't like where you're at currently. Does that happen overall in the next 10, 20, 30 years more so? I've seen it already. So has Avery when she was a regional manager. People want to come work and they're gone in a month. People want to come work, they're gone in half a year. Listen, I think Hoops Corey was the one that said it. I love this is what I got in. I love the debates. You know, like we were talking about with Nas earlier. I was talking about First Take, but you know, calling me Stephen A. Smith. Hey, I will Stephen A. Smith that shit. You know, if I listen, I'm gonna tell you my point of view, and I feel very strongly about it. But yeah, anyway, I said it for years. Like I said, NIL don't like anyway. I think players should be paid, but I think it should just all have come in the scholarship. You know, where they get more money to spend there at the university. They get more, you know, all whatever those stipends or whatever the fucking words are. They don't remember anymore. But they get more of that. Not, hey, you get $5 million. What? That just blows my mind. For sure. And then the chasing. Go here. Go there. Go here. Go there. And now it's just, we're done. Cat's out of the bag. I mean, even like Basil, my dad, you know, blah, 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 it's done. There's no going back now. There's no going back. This is just where we're at in sports. You know, we're not going to backtrack from this. We may, again, hopefully put some rules on some of this stuff, which I wish they would, but. Yeah, LaFraud's press conference to reveal where he was playing for the Knicks was stupid and started it all. Oh, yeah. That's a new one. I have LaFlop, LaBum, LaBrick. I think LaBrick's the one I say a lot that people don't talk. Like, they're like, oh, LaBrick, I haven't heard that one. I haven't heard LaFraud. That's another good one. Again, great athlete, very good, very gifted. It just is. It comes to the middle side really more so for me, and then it's just all, you know, goes downhill from there. Whether it's he doesn't play hard, he can't have that mental strength at the end of the game, and he's passing the ball off because he doesn't want to take the last shot, or really, like back to the Miami Heat series, you know, with Ray Allen. You know, you could just tell he's like, I ain't got the confidence. Here, Ray Allen, shoot. You know. He's played a lot of great athletes and a lot of good teams for sure, you know, but it just that middle side of just being weak, not being strong at the end, having that ring chasing mentality of jumping ship to ship, going to different teams. And then like the whole, just the flops, you know, and just bitching to the refs and, you know, always doing this. I mean, that could be hit, like, you know, Jordan's symbol, you know, we all know the Jumpman logo. That's even been talked about replacing the logo for the NBA. It's everywhere in the fucking world. The Jumpman logo is like, I'm surprised I don't have something Jumpman on today. Anywho, that guy, that would be his logo. It would be like, or this, where he's peeking out of his eye. You know when he's doing it. He's like, oh, you see me? I'm hurt. Man, just get the fuck up. Get back and play defense. You turned it over. You suck. Anyway, last questions. I know we went on the rant there for sports. I love me some sports, and the topic is big, very, very discussionary topic there with the NIL and the transfer portal. Again, I just hope they put a cap on it, on both. I say like PDT rule. I know we're finally gonna we're gonna kind of help that out in the United States, but there needs to be some cap for a while, and just overall long term even. Don't get rid of it, but I'd say no more than 2 transfers. You have the school you commit to out of college, or out of high school, I should say, you get 2 transfers after that. So if I show up freshman day, I'm on the Arkansas Razorbacks, I don't like it at year's end, I can transfer. And I think, yes, they should be able to play the next year. I didn't like that whole they have to sit out a year. That was just dumb. Like, why do I have to sit out a year? Never liked that rule either. I'm like, what the fuck's this rule? A transfer now got to sit a year? Why? I think they should play right away, but they only get 2. So if I'm at Arkansas, and you have to wait till the end of that semester. You can't just jump ship mid-season, mid-semester, or whatever. It has to be at the end of semester. There's that rule, I think. I don't know if that is a rule, but that should be a rule. And then say I don't like it, I'm moving. Okay, I'm going to go TCU. All right, I get 1 more transfer after TCU. I got my 1, now I only get 1 more after that. So I think 2 transfers you get total. You have your home-based first freshman year school, but then you get 2 after that, right? And then I think there should be a cap. And I think the cap on the salary, needs to be per team, should have a cap across the board. SEC, the Big 12, whatever they want to vote on what their cap is per team. And they have different caps for different, teams, or they all have $5 million apiece, right? Or whatever they want to do. I'd imagine it comes back to how much money is, that school's getting from, the boosters and whatever. We know what I mean. Because it's, that shows you can go see how much, every school's different. But I think they need to have a cap on it to where no more than 10 mil, no more than 5 mil, no more than 1 mil. I wish it was like that, no more than 1 mil. These guys are making way too much. There needs to be a cap, or A, B, whatever. It needs to be a cap. And then it needs to come down to actual discretionary. How much does that program, as it's called, that athletic program bring in? Women's baseball, softball, I should say, men's baseball, men's basketball. And so they go through there, and there's a big pie graph. And then the football team makes this, and then because again, you go to UConn, and I guarantee you the biggest pie graph on UConn, the University of UConn, would be women's basketball program. So they should then, if they're the biggest pie, they get the biggest allotment of that cap, that university gets. So that university gets 30 mil, and that's probably what it is now. We'll just say 30 mil for the whole, out of all the sports programs. Well, they get 30 mil across all sports programs. That's, that pie graph, say again, it's 50%. If it's 50% and they bring in 50% of the money, that athletic program gets 50% of the 30 mil. So they get 15 mil. That to me is how it should be done. I don't know how the fuck they're doing it. It seems like they're just like, all right, cool. Football program gets this much, you get this much, we get this much, and whoever brings it in, that's how much we're getting. No, it should be all back to then how much is that program at the end of the year. They need to do the CFO, so to speak, should go through the numbers and go, cool. We brought in 31 mil this year. The football team brought in this much, men's basketball, women's basketball, all the way down to gymnastics, whatever. Golf team, this is how much they have brought in for our university. Well, then that's how much money you can spit back out to them. That's the percentage-wise. Sorry, that's just me and my overall logistics in my brain and just what makes sense logical. Not go back to UConn. Wow, UConn women's basketball program brings in the most of any sport at UConn, any athletic program. They bring in 37% of the overall money that comes in from athletic programs. If they bring in the most than 37%, then they should get 37% of what, the NIL money they get overall. So again, they should have that number at the end of the year. How much money are people wanting to give us for NIL? Then that school should do the smart anyway. They don't. They said, well, you're football, you're going to get way more money. Because you're part of college football, and it's the biggest thing there is in college sports. Let's see, I didn't like the sit out, but I think after first transfer, you have to sit half a season for second. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't get that, Corey. I mean, it makes no sense, for sure. At all, really, for the most part. Just goofy. Men's basketball still runs the school, but women's is definitely second. Oh, yeah, for sure. And I'm sure I could see that at UConn, but I'm saying I guarantee you there are years where the men's program is down at UConn and the women's team is always up. So I guarantee you there have been years. I would put money on it that there have been years that women's program made more money, brought in more money than the men's team. Now, not every year, no. But that's, again, I'm sure it's going to be a little different. Obviously, every year is going to be different depending on which program is good and which one's going to the championship or has a great winning record or they're ranked. But I just wish it was done that way. It's not. And that's what I said forever ago. I mean, that was kind of my argument. I was like, I bet this will be a thing. Whereas in just go to that. Something simple as where that program is doing better and bringing in more money than maybe another program, but that other program are going to pay their players more, because this is back up. I used to, like I said, live with Robert Felton. He played for the Arkansas Razorbacks. So this is like 2005, 6, 7 has been a conversation, and a topic. I'd say that's probably when it first started, was right around then. I mean, before that, of course, I was too young to know, of course, the SMU and the death penalty and people being paid for the longest time. I would imagine it's always been some sort of a discussion. It just seemed like it got really big in the early 2000s, 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, somewhere around there, about, paying players, paying college athletes. I was always against it. I was like, up their scholarship, give them more goodies. I just, and then when it's crazy. And then when they do it, it's not like I figured it would be. Oh, they're going to get an extra 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. The millions that they're making is just mind blowing. I mean, just the fact that, here's a great example. There's Caitlin Clark and Indiana Fever. They're how much you can look. They're a lot more money they're making now. That team, that program, that's whatever that team, that franchise. She ain't getting paid nothing compared to say, these guys in NIL in college. She probably could beat half the guys, in college. I don't say that, you know what I mean, though. But it's just crazy. It just doesn't make sense. Like you're saying about the G League guy. I'm going to leave G League to go back to NIL. That just shows you how fucked up it is. Carson Beck, and I called it out. He ain't going pro. He's going to switch teams. Georgia didn't want him. He's not going pro. He wants to stay in the NIL in college. I would too if I were him. You're going to tell me I can go down to Miami with some fine-ass, beautiful ladies. I'm the starting quarterback of the team, and you're going to pay me I don't know what, I think it's $5 million, but you're going to pay me what? And I'm going to be, what? Sign me up. I get another year of college, and you're paying me how much? And I'm going to be where? I exactly see why these guys are doing it. To me, that's what's going to be the theme moving forward until they put a cap on something. How many transfers, how much money they get. This is definitely, and back to college basketball, I remember reading this, and I'm like, I agree with that. It probably will be the case. Where, I forgot, it was during March Madness, but say goodbye to Cinderella stories was the name of the article or something like that because of NIL. And I'm like, damn, that is true. I didn't think about that. You're not going to get those Florida Gulf Coast anymore. You might here and there, but very few and far between. Those guys are immediately going to transfer to where they're making more money. And so you're not going to, get those Cinderella stories anymore. Even look at, people here in Arkansas have said the same thing. Since NIL started, Arkansas has had troubles. For football, that is. We're going to spit out more money. That's sad. You can't just get a good couple of good guys in there and hopefully make it, and then, maybe get some 3 stars, 2 stars, and then no. So that's to me where it also hurts and ruins college sports, where you're not going to get those Cinderella stories, very, very few and far between anymore, is my point. Where you're getting like, oh my God, this team's, into the Sweet 16 or into the Final Four, or, oh wow, this team is, 12-1 and going to the playoffs, and you're just not going to get that. Very few and far between. You're going to get those Cinderella stories anymore too, as well. So it's another thing that hurts, in my opinion. Being the only good basketball we have for college is UConn. That's it. UConn, baby. UConn. I love UConn. I like the colors. Love the coaches. Whatever reason, I've been a fan even of their program. Like back to Rip Hamilton. Rip Hamilton. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Was it 90? Was it 98? 99 when I first started watching them? And, of course, the 2004 championship. And Omeka Okafor? What was his name? Something Okafor? Something Omeka? Something Omeka Okafor? Wasn't it that? Something like that? Anyway. Oh, yeah. I like UConn. And then even the women, I've liked their jerseys. That was huge, too, for a lot of, like, growing up in the 90s and 2000s, jerseys were always kind of key and catchy, where you would like a team's jersey, like UConn. I mean, not UConn, but UNC. How they'd have that Argyle down the side of their pants, if you remember their shorts, I should say. North Carolina's always had dope jerseys. I always loved North Carolina. I mean, of course, with Michael Jordan, I've always been a kind of fan of theirs as well. UNC, but yeah, jerseys were always a big thing for a kid, and you kind of get attracted to like, oh, that Nike jersey's cool, or oh, that Jordan jersey's cool, and it kind of, you get the East Bay magazine, and you could order those jerseys, and you'd see which ones look cool, and you're like, oh, that's a fucking cool jersey. See, man, I wish I was like when I played, average 15-5 my junior year, I would have transferred. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why, you got to get a little, to me, if you're like Core, I don't know how you like it. I'd be a little pissed. A little, where's mine? Why didn't this happen for me? It's fucked up. This guy, and I'm sure you're noticing that. You probably pay attention to that too. You're looking at those guys that transferred, guys, that like we've had a couple of those, like, for and that's where we are spending money. Of course, that's where we got Coach Cal. Arkansas basketball program is spending lots of money. So not spending as much on football. Wish we'd spend more on football so we get good there as well. But that's what every Arkansas fan has noticed since the NIL, blah, blah, blah. We've just not done that good. We're not getting, the portal's killed us. We have not been that good since the portal. But where we have gotten good is basketball. Basketball, baby. Musselman got us back on the map. And then now Coach Cal, we brought, we got Tyson. I'm sure everyone's heard of Tyson Chicken or seen Tyson Chicken at some point in time in their life when you're at the grocery store. Yeah, Tyson spit up some big money to get Coach Cal, and now they're spitting up big money. See, I forgot what that John John something. He transferred from like a small Florida school. I mean, we were, yeah, you're getting those, yeah, and then yeah, these guys are making some money, bro. Dream Team, baby, yeah, Sterling, yeah, that's old school shit. Yeah, Ray Allen. I thought it was, Ray Allen was. That's what I was saying. Was it like 95, 96, somewhere in there? When did Ray Allen go to college? I got to look that up now. When was that? When was that? Because I was in the NBA for like 80 years. I was at 95. That's what I thought. Okay, 93 to 96. I couldn't remember when. I thought I was pretty close to around there with Ray Allen. I thought I was pretty close. Because the other one, I was like, what was his name that played for Villanova? I was like, who's the other one? What team he played for? Kerry Kittles. You may remember the name. I know you probably guys do. Kerry Kittles. Villanova. Nova's always had cool jerseys. I've always liked Villanova too. They're another one of those Northeast schools that, I'm down here in the South. We never really played UConn or Villanova, and if we did, it would be in the tourney. We never really even played them in the tourney. And so, I like their jerseys. So Villanova was another school that I always liked. Villanova. It's still up to here recently with that Jay Wright. What was his name? Jay Wright, the coach, right? He's so cool. When the draft with Kobe, yep. It was old school days right there. Orgo, cracks trend line. What are my thoughts? I need the Orgo. Let's go to Orgo. Yeah, I don't think this is cracking. I think this is going to stay up today, buddy. I bet this play ends up. This right here is going to be. All this resistance from before is going to be such strong support. It reminds me of this earlier. Fell. All this failing on Holly Hilly right here now becomes support, and we never crack back down through it. I'm going to venture to say that probably happens here on Orgo. Some oregano, baby. Get you some oregano. I would imagine 565 to around 560, somewhere in there, is going to hold it up with the VWAP. It may crack back down to that area, but I don't think it's going to, because it's just so slow today. We're so slow. I'm betting these are bigger float plays too as well. And typically that first day bigger float play, Hertz was one the other day that didn't know it had earnings, but still, when they have bigger floats, this had earnings today. Look at Holly. Holly had earnings today. I don't think this play did. Orgo had earnings yesterday. Oh, you're kidding me. It's going to stay up. This play is going to stay up. It does not, I'm going to say right now, this play doesn't crack below 540. Will not crack 540 most likely. You're good, Sterling. You're like, damn it. Notice those, Sterling. Earnings, bigger floats, don't short. All right? Earnings, big float, run away. Earnings, big float, what the fuck are you doing shorting this? Got it? You'll get that. Cool. Yeah. And that's good. That's still a good trade, you know. That's some movement. Depends on where you got in at. But that's probably as most you get there, as I'd bet, is 540. I remember next time my professor used, you got it. Yeah, I always stay away from those. If I see earnings and big float, I run. I'm like, yeah. I really need to start, like, again, that's one of those trends and things I would love, you know, like Michael and Us were talking about earlier. You know, we're just so busy. It's hard to take on new strategies. You know, and that's what Michael Noss was saying about earlier about Kevin and the Hangover. He wants to develop a bot and to do the Hangover plays, but you know, I'll get to it at some point, as he said. And I'm like, yeah, it feels like me right now. Love to short the tops. You know, you guys are killing it. You know, get over and learn and see what CR traders do and more. But by the time I'm done, like right now, as soon as I'm done with you guys, I'm taking a break. My head hurts. I've been talking for however many hours. So I'll take a break, get a little food, relax, smoke a bowl, chill for a second. I've got to leave, though, today and run errands in here about an hour from now. You know, I want to clean up the house a little bit, and I got to shave, and I will shower again because Avery's coming home. So, and then I want to have fun with my hot wife. And you all know I got a pretty smoking hot-ass wife. Everyone's got a beautiful wife. Well, let's just say that. But we're going to say, and we know, that Joshua Allen Smith over here, Mr. AK47, has pretty much the hottest wife in chat, okay? She is smoking. Absolutely. Mwah. It's funny, I was watching Hot Tub Time Machine. If you have watched Hot Tub Time Machine with Cusack and all the guys in it, it's a really funny movie. They go back in time, and they show up as themselves in like the 80s, and they're themselves like high school, college, whatever. They're younger and they're hot, right? When they're younger. Well, Cusack's girlfriend comes in, you know, she's all, you know, she's cute and sexy or whatever you want to call it, and they leave, and they're like, man, I don't remember her being so tight. I was like, that's Avery. That's a good verbiage. What's the funny guy's name in there? The dude that does the Pizza Hut commercials. Oh, I forgot his name. I synced it. He says, I synced it. If you remember that movie on Pineapple Express. God, what's his name? The funny guy did the Pizza Hut commercials. He was like, I don't remember her being so tight. I was like, that's a good way to describe, you know, Avery, or, you know, those athletic body, I guess, as you would call it. They're tight. They're fit. They're just, everything's tight, you know. That's Avery. I'm like, I heard that the other day. That's Avery. She's tight. I don't remember her being so tight. Avery's still tight. She's almost 40 years old. Still could put her. Yes, she worked at Hooters. I showed this off last week. My wife worked at Hooters before we met. It's crazy to think she was a Hooters girl. She only worked there for like half a year, she said. She could not do it. She's like, I just couldn't do it, Josh. It's just, you have to be one of those like, oh, hey, how you doing? Look at my ass. And she's like, I just couldn't do that every day. And then the guy's like, oh, yeah, let me see your tits. And how about if you take me out back, I'll give you $100 to see your tits, or, you know, it was like that every day. And I'm like, yeah, that would get annoying. But some girls love that shit. She did not like so much. But anyway, but she still has her, she kept it. They didn't ask for it back for whatever reason. She kept it. I think it may have been one of those things too, where she just like called in and said, fuck it, she ain't ever going back there. I'm guessing that's what it had to be. Because she still has like her little pouch thing that she wears, you know, where you put your tips at and stuff, that has a little name badge that says Avery on it. She wore it for Halloween a few years back now, about 5 years ago now, but yeah, she can still fit into that perfectly. Anyway, enjoying the day. Got in at 5.8, but went too big. Yeah, it's all good. You went too big. I'm telling you, these plays here, this could pop back on up. I saw it kind of pushing too as well. If you crack 580, Sterling, I would just take profit into this 560, 570 corridor. You know, get your 10 cents if you can, and just call it a trade, call it a day. You know, or you can just exit out right now, you know, once it, you know, gets down, you know, say it gets barely into profit, you only get 3 or 4 cents out of it. Well, it just nullifies the trade. That's it. It's not like you're losing any profit at that point. It's not a loss. It just becomes a nullified trade because you didn't get your full 10 cents. So there's always that too as well. Anything else from you guys? CM Punk, Sterling, Mr. Corey, anyone else? My man King Lion. You guys, I appreciate TK Dubs talking some sports. course, bringing it back to even over about an hour ago. Bus Boy, King Lion, Fred, Austin Trader, Cosmic Rays, Mr. Larry, Aussie Chick, beautiful peeps in chat. Ben was in here earlier. Of course, Sailing Girl and everyone from earlier in the morning. Any last questions? Are we good for the day? Because if we're good for the day, so am I. I'm going to call it a break for about 2 hours, 3 hours. Now we'll call it 2 to 2.5. I'll be back on the mic around 2:30 to 3, leading into Power Hour, as I typically do on Fridays, unless I have a lot going on, which today I've got stuff going on, but I'm going to get it done first, then come back to you guys. Wrap up chat. Yeah, break time for sure, right? I'm like, talked out over here. I love talking. But unless we get back to like NIL or something that I can really get past, like, whoo. Fred, yes, Sailing Girl, Aussie Chick, or I should say Detmar, CM Punk. Any last questions, you guys? Look at Merlin. Look at Merlin. Look at this. Look at this cute face. Murdog. Murdog. I love Great Danes. Break? Yeah, right. Yeah, smoke break for sure. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend, team. I'll see you guys back here on Money Monday if you are a part of the paid live stream. If you're not, and you're part of the freebie today, I appreciate you coming over. Next Friday, looking to have Money Mitch or Michael Katz on. I'll reach out to both those guys, see who can go this Friday and then the following Friday. The last Friday of this month, Black Friday, get ready. Crazy sale going on. Giveaways, add-ons, just like last Friday for Halloween. Save your money. We're talking add-ons. If you book the live stream, you get 1 month of morning alerts and one-on-one with me. If you book the yearly live stream with me, you get 3 months of one-on-ones, or 3 one-on-ones for free, and 3 months of morning alerts. If you buy the yearly package of the live stream and the morning alerts, I'm going to give you 23 one-on-ones with me for free. So again, if you have any doubt about your stock trading career, if you're not having a good day, if you're having a bad, rough go at it, you've been doing it for a few months or even over a year and you really can't get it, come over and join me. Just booking the live stream gets you also morning alerts and a one-on-one. You're getting everything together. Whatever package you book on my website, you're getting something with it, and the add-ons to where you have it all. So you'll have the live stream, the morning alerts, and the one-on-ones. You book any of those, and you're getting extra add-ons. So there's that link again, and then I'll put my link out there one more time for my Instagram and YouTube. I will upload the video for CR Trader, or with CR Trader. So if you guys have been looking forward to that, and the Dual Stream Friday I did last Friday with CR Trader, I will be uploading that to Instagram and YouTube coming up soon. So you guys can watch it all weekend long, as many times as you want, to get some information from CR Trader and the Dual Stream we did last Friday. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I'll see you either later this afternoon on Money Monday or next Friday for another Dual Stream with myself and someone from TTP. Have a great one, team. See you back here in a bit or next week. I'll put some jams on while I'm gone. You want to see the dogs get out and go? Bangarang! Domino, Margot, they love that bangarang. Hey, what we talked about on the SPY, it was not going to get lower than 660 today. I don't know if you remember that, Kyle, but we called it out. Good question there earlier with Let's Bank Together. And I think that we called that out pretty nicely. See you guys next week or on later this afternoon or next week. I'm out of here. I'll put some jams on. Bangarang, baby. What's up? How we doing? Just jumping back on the mic real quickly. Last questions of the day. Sorry, my head was hurting. I just was got a little headache earlier. Like, so I just get screened out at the end of the. I'm just nonstop looking at screens all day long. It seems like obviously most days. So by the end of the week, my head just starts to hurt. Well, I say some I say not every week, but today I was like, my head's hurting. I'm going to chill with the dogs. Only thing that really happened, which I was surprised as I was gone, was the big U shape over here in the SPY. Qs, doesn't matter what large cap play you look at. They all have this nice big return back on up. Apple is the opposite of the market. I have no idea what Apple's doing anymore. I'm so lost. It's so funny. We'll just pull up. Holly's done and out to the right for the rest of the day. But check out Apple. Like, this is just nuts. Everything else is like the exact opposite. Like, look at Apple and then look at the market. It's like, is Apple inverse of market now? All right, so there's that. That's kind of weird. But for the most part, we're seeing these red to green moves for the day. You know, we're kind of choppy at first. We came down and we're U-shaping a little bit back on around here across the board. You know, plays like BABA have moved a little bit bigger and better today. And you're going to find that some days where some plays move up and over pre-market highs. Some plays don't get back all the way up. You can see Google here doing the same thing as other plays, but not even back up to pre-market high or even opening area. It's red for the day. Then you've got plays like Meta, and then there's BABA, the other plays that have had bigger, stronger moves up for the day. You know, NVDA's not even back yet to pre-market high, but we're kind of, you know, we're green for the day from at least where we opened at. Qs just back to pre-market, right? So, you know, SPY a little over pre-market, but not fully in the early hours of pre-market. Of course, that 24/7 type of trading. Now Tesla has a long way to go, and even that's had the sell-off I thought we would have got across the board. When we were getting this sell-off here just a few minutes ago, I thought we would have sold off a little bit more there. We're actually just holding the open, so the SPY came down to open area, and we're bouncing off of that. Now everything's moving back up in the market. Not Tesla or Apple. And then ASPI, I know that was the last play. We're not looking at anything big. Small caps, there's really nothing to even mention. But yeah, I mean, it is a slow one out in the small cap space. Very slow in the small cap space. So I'll go to Stock Rocks and see if there's anything going on over there too, because there's always someone chatting on Stock Rocks. I mean, like, always there's someone over there talking. It's like Stock Twits or whatever, or Twitter. There's just always someone. I gotta trade. I gotta go. I gotta trade. No, nothing really here. And then top gainers on the day. MSGM, we have nothing. Jiffy, BKYI, yeah, just nothing. Everything kind of died back on off here. If it had volume, it's dead. There's nothing. There's no movement. We're going right down to the 30s and 20%. That is nasty. Nasty right there. Ouchies. Any questions you guys have, whether you're on the Discord, I'm looking up at it, or you're on the YouTube, I'm looking at it. Obviously, I'm looking at YouTubers. You YouTubers. Lilu. God. Cats and blinds, I swear on everything. Let's see, both of them. Question, AK, how do I hold this play longer as it approached 19 area of support? I got out. What do I need to look for to hold a play through support if it's going to keep falling? Got you. Okay, got you. Yeah, figured in circle. That's what I figured. Yeah. Circle and entry. Well, first off, I mean, just early on when you get success, I mean, let's just go to the mental side of things. When you first start, I mean, it's just what you're gonna do. You're usually all in, all out. Any little bit of sign of it's not going, you feel that it's not going in my direction anymore, you get out. It's funny to see that. Well, not that it's yourself, but then there's a lot of those other traders. This is when it's green. This is what we talk about, with Kevin Avery. But then you'll have, a lot of traders early on that have the whole, but I'll hold a losing trade. Like they'll go red and they'll hold that damn thing for fucking, versus when they're in a green trade, that emotional distress is really weird. Like you'd think when you're in the green, you'd be happier and you wouldn't be stressful. And it seems like more people are stressed when they're in the green versus when they're in the red. I don't know. It seems that way. At least by the way people react sometimes, and they hold the losers and won't hold a winner. So just know that. There's the middle side of that. Most people are just doing that at first. Just taking the green. I got the green. Take the green. I got the green. So nothing bad there. Secondly, just going back to the chart, we'll just pull this overall up on the big dude right here. We'll go over to ASPI on the big guy so we can see this here. We'll just go to 3 minute, 5 minute. It doesn't really matter. I know what you're trying to bounce this off of, but this is why I always say area with a ticker, because are you going to really truly bounce here at 910? And if you do, you know, you're going to see a move back up. And if you do bounce at 910, your entry area was here, if I'm not mistaken, right? Somewhere in this area. That needs to, you know, you now again, if you had a predetermined 910 exit, that's you had nothing wrong with that. That's your predetermined exit. You know, that's what we always talk about, have predetermined areas. So if that's a predetermined exit right there around 910, 905, then that's fine. You did nothing wrong. If that wasn't, what was the point of ever A, entering this trade, or B, you know, having the exit that you did? Because if you did have a plan, I might say, why did you trade this? Because if you trade, my point being, when I say, A, why'd you trade this? Why? Like, truly, why? What was your game plan, right? What was your what was your stop loss? What was your target? There's no way, if your entry area was essentially, we'll just call it right around 925, right? Somewhere around 920s, 925. You have to risk high of day for stop. If anything, entry stop. So you have to start telling yourself that when you go through the trades. Like, why'd I get out? If 905, 910 wasn't a predetermined exit, why? Why did I take the trade? Why? That's what I'm always wanting to do in those one-on-ones when I'm going over trades, really, when I get into depth. You know, what was the point of it, right? And you know, yeah, I'm trying to work on getting rid of much. Yeah, you're good, but it was okay. Yeah, well, okay, it was predetermined. If it was predetermined, you did great. If it was predetermined, you did great. Now, to answer your question, have multiple targets like I do. I always have multiple targets. You know, like I said, that, you know, of course, on the call-in show, all those streams on Trade the Poll, you guys need to go back and listen to those. They're really important, in my opinion. You're going to get these little tidbits. If I don't hear it, you may not know when you're going to hear the stuff that I talk about, is the point. And that's one thing I talked about. You know, we talked about the power of scaling. And I did this early on in my career where I was all in, all out. But then I got to the point where, like you're like, I want to hold on. I'm seeing my first target and I'm getting my target, but I want a bigger piece of the pie. Pretty much like you asked me. Yep. And you're good. Yeah, you did great. You did perfect. The only thing that you did there, in my opinion, was you have a 1-to-1 trade, right? 925 entry, 910 exit, 940 stop. You have a 1-to-1 trade. And that's fine at first. That's not bad. You know, it's not. I don't want to say it's good, but then not be and not try to sound mean like when I say that's not good, because it's not really good. 1-to-1s, right? You want 2-to-1. Now, usually my first target, and a lot of traders are like, so what I'm getting at, and they like dive out. Some people want to get into my brain and dive in. Yeah, usually my first target is a 1-to-1, but that's not my overall target where I'm basing my stop loss off of. And so, but I like Sean World, a few traders, and like the guy that did that. Let's fucking go. Where is that? There it is. The let's go. Whatever it is. Let's fucking go. Yeah, the let's fucking go. You know, the little rock thing I play, the intro thing. He was on what I mean, and I'm like, yeah, that's usually it. I mean, my first target, let's just say, in this would be 910. Then my second target would be right here, right around 985, and then into 975. So somewhere in here, I want to take some profit, and then I'd have like a final target on this trade, in my opinion, if I was going to trade it. Probably, and I go back to yesterday to see what the open was, and I'll say 940, and let's see what do we do at 940. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So this area would be then my final target. Not knowing, you know, my point being, this play is gonna bounce at some point. Yes, we're gonna be a part of plays, and we love to all be a part of plays that just fall over and it dies back to 7 or wherever it came from. It's not gonna happen most of the plays. I don't want to be in plays that long anyway. Usually, generally speaking, I just want to get in and get out, right? So the first thing first is, back to your question. Got to have more targets. Got to have more targets. If that was predetermined, you're all in, you're all out. Okay, so we know that. A lot of traders do that at first. You have a 1-to-1 there. Let's build a 2-to-1. Let's then say we want to get to, you know, say this next juncture right down in here, somewhere in this consolidation area. Like I said, 885 to 875. We know 875. We know that. I'll talk about that all the time. So then that's like your second target. We'll just call it 880 to split the difference between the two. You know, we'll say 880 is your target, somewhere in here in the middle of this area, which you would have hit, you know. Of course, hindsight, but still. So then you have a 2-to-1 ratio. So your entry is 925. You want to get down here. It's about 35 cents away. 15 cent stop loss at 940. Boom, there's your 2-to-1 ratio. And the thing to do, like I said, the power of what I used to do when I first started getting into trades, was all in, all out. Getting back to that, I was always a bounce trader. So say if I wanted to come in here and I wanted to put limit orders to get filled at a bounce area that I liked. However many shares I was going to get filled, usually at first, because I was all in, all out, is the main thing. like, I should say all in at first. I did start scaling out, but I still was all in. Why? Back to what Nos was saying earlier, a lot of traders at first, $10 commissions. It was $9.99. Think or swim. Any broker back then, E-Trade, didn't matter. It was $10 every time you got in, $10 every time you scaled out. It's like, why the fuck am I gonna scale out? Fucking pay you guys $10 every time? Fuck that shit. Once I got down the line, I was making money, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, at first, I was like, I ain't. I'm all in, all out. But then I got to where I was going to at least scale out twice. But then I knew I was going to have to spend $30 to do that. So all I did at first, if I was going to get filled, say 500 shares, and I had a limit order somewhere down here to get filled 500 shares, whatever, I knew I was going to be all in 500 shares. Then I come over here, and I type in 250. So I know as soon as I'm ready to rock and roll and I'm filled, boom, I can come up and sell half and then sell another half. I was always half and half. I tell a lot of traders what you need to start doing even at first, even if it's not half and half, at least do 80 or 90. So again, if you're in 500 shares, the first thing you want to do over here is come over here and go in 400. And so as soon as you are going to sell, you're going to get rid of 90, 80, whatever percent of your so at least you're getting out most. You want to take your profit. You want to risk the profit that you have. It's this getting used to the scaling thing. I just did half and half just to make it fucking just easy peasy. Just so if I was in, again, like I didn't have to type anything else in. So if I, again, was in 100 shares, right? Or let's just call it 200 shares. I would come over here and I could just go boom, boom. I didn't have to readjust this ever again. I could just keep my trigger, because of course I was long. I could just keep my mouse right on sell. So as soon as I was filled, I'm like, all right, I'm ready to fucking rock and roll. And I'd sit there and wait for my trade to get to a target or the stop loss. But however many shares I was in, whether it's 100, 2, whatever it was, I immediately, as soon as I knew how many shares I was going to be filled. And then sometimes you may not know. Again, like if you do multiple orders, yada, 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 then I get that, and you don't know, and you have to wait till you're actually filled to do this, which still doesn't take long, But the main thing, it would be getting a second target and then trying to get that scaling under, your belt and working on it. A lot of things to work on early on. What's up, Starling? Does that make sense, though, Bothy, on what to do there? There's a lot of stuff to work on, I know, early on, and what the moving average, am I going to use that? Am I going to use this? What am I going to like? Blah, 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 right? So there's a lot going on in your brain. So that's why I always would make things simpler on myself, which was that. And if I know I'm going to be in, again, usually it was like 1,000 shares or whatever when I got, larger in my trading career. But at first it was like 100 to 500. Again, all right, I'm going to get filled 500 shares. I would meet before I was ever filled on my balance plays. I just came over and put 250. So I knew I was again, I could double click and be like, I'm out, boom, boom, out, I just don't like it, double click and get out. Same thing for my stop loss. But I just started doing that right away just so I would immediately start getting used to scaling. Because again, I was right 60, 70% of the time. And then when I was wrong, it wasn't like I was super wrong, and so that's why I would just like, well, what if you're wrong? Do you really want to scale out your loss? And yeah, I scale out. I've had that lesson, scaling out into your losses. You don't have to scale out. If you scale out into your wins, why you're not scaling? Why do you have to take it all to your stop loss? So point being, let's just say you took this trade. It comes down, doesn't get to your target of 910, kind of comes back up on you. And then it comes down. And then it comes up on you. I start scaling. Now, again, it's different with Trade the Pool, but I was on Light Speed Cobra. I would scale out of this and just say, this isn't going to work for me. And even on Trade the Pool and just say, fuck it. I'm just not going to get my 10 cents here. This is going to be a dead trade. And so once you get a little bit in the green, but not a lot, that's what I was telling Detmar to do earlier. Just take a 3-cent win. You're not going to get anything out of it, but at least you don't have a red losing trade and take it all the way up to your stop loss. That's filling it out, and that's just down the line when you get used to that, scaling out, right, to your stops or to your losses, just so you don't take a bigger loss. You realize you've been in a trade for 20, 30 minutes. It's not working out. You're barely green, you're kind of red. You're barely green, you're barely red. You're back and forth. I'm like, fuck this. This is stupid. Why am I going to give it all the way up? It doesn't even ever hit your stop loss. There'll be some times that, most of the time for me, I'm right? So high win percentage rate, I worry about that. I want to calculate myself to where I only take the trades I really love. So when I'm in the trades that I know, I don't have to worry about being stopped out. Like very rarely, I've had that asked, quite a bit in the past. And I'm like, well, looking back at my trades, generally speaking, even through now, there's been a time where I'm trading 6, 7 times a day and trading, or average is usually 2, 3, 4 a day. Right now, it's nothing because I just don't like what I see. But still, even now, when I don't like what I see when I enter trades, I'm very rarely seeing my stop. I would say all the trades I've ever taken, at least since we'll call it 2020, and when I got, really consistent, was a good trader and streaming live for a Tradecaster on Fridays. I would say, out of all the trades I ever took, I probably saw my stop loss 20, 15, 20%, maybe less than that at the time. Like I very rarely saw it. And then when I would see it, how often I've created such a good stop loss, and I've done it here on my live stream, and I've done some posts. I don't have someone like Deck out there just recording and posting everything left and right. Hey, post that trade. It'd be nice. I'd have a lot more of those, I'm sure, from back in the day when I was killing it from the Trade Alert Challenge, yada, yada, yada. And I had that 3, 4, 5 year stretch where it was just fucking, I was just killing it, nonstop all day, every day. Not say all day, but you get the point. I didn't see the stop loss much, and when I did, it was all over. It was on the money. Hit the stop loss, came right back on down. So I'm not usually in trades like this where I was talking about 20, 30, but there, I would say maybe 5% of my trades to 3% are that, where you're in. That's going to happen. You're going to have a lump sum of trades where it's just not going in your way, but it's not also killing you. It doesn't hit your stop loss. It doesn't hit your target, and you're just like, fuck. And then you just learn to cut those. Eventually it does one of the two, I'm sure, down the line. I've never gone back and back tested that. But just your question, yeah, good man. And that's it. You got to, and everyone does it. They're all in, all out at first. You just have to start finding target 2. Where's the second place again, you're going short. So where's the second place that this could bounce at? I feel this is the first place, this little micro sandwich area. Little slider, little Hawaiian roll sandwich. Where's the next place that it could bounce at? Tell yourself that. Ask yourself that, I should say. And to me, it'd be right through this area. And you can see this is where we're trying to consolidate and bounce again. Didn't quite bounce at this area. Did fail when we came back up at it, but didn't quite bounce there. Went a little bit lower. And that I know hurts your heart too as well, because you're like, damn, didn't even bounce there. I thought it would. And it went lower and could have made even more money. That's okay. Let it go. It's not gonna. Everything's not gonna fail and bounce every. It's not that we'd all be millionaires and we wouldn't be coming to my live stream or having to join a Discord or doing one-on-ones or. This is easy. We're off. I wish, because we'd all be millionaires, and we wouldn't care about taxes. But yes, find target 2. Where's the second place it can bounce at, and then that's what you just work on. That, and like I said, the scaling part 2 is know that, but then work on your share size. As in get that process done as soon as you're filled, and or you have your order out to get filled, and you're just sitting there waiting to get filled. We'll do some extra homework. There's always, they always say at work, there's always something to do. You do clean this, you do that. So in the meantime, prepare yourself. Make it, make yourself a faster trader, and go, okay, I'm gonna get filled 500 shares here. I'm gonna come over here and put 250 in the box. So as soon as I get filled 500 shares, I can scale out twice. And that's pretty much, it's not, yeah, you're good. I mean, and that's the key there would be, a lot, the other end of that story would be that wasn't your planned target. And so a lot of traders just get out because they get that, emotions start to rage, and they're fucking, they just cut themselves out. Like, why didn't I hold that longer? It went all the way down to 875. AK always talks about the 875 rule. There's your second target, really, like we talked about. But yeah, I mean, you have the plan. That was your plan, predetermined. Great. You did amazing. Just find target 2 and start working on target 2. Any other questions? Great question. Anything else? Both these Sterling, anyone else out there? The few stragglers out there still listening around. SPY here, like we talked about. I knew that most likely had found high of day, and it looks like we are right about there with about 8 minutes left. I'm like, oh, so close. I think it actually may have made a new high of day, but still, it has been nice. Nice, good reversal back on up. And moving into next week now, there is no way this has not found the bottom. We'll see what happens on Sunday and the movement we have on Sunday as well. But if this, no ma'am, L, get you always do this. I'm almost done. I know it. You're antsy in the pantsy, and then you get everyone else up. Lay down. Lay down. If we get back, team, above 670, which we're right at it now, but if we get back above the 670 mark and we hold, the range for next week, in my opinion, is going to be 680 for tops, the 660 for bottoms. And then we're going to chop around in this range. And that's going to be our new said found range, in my opinion. So we'll wait to see if that's what happens next week. Looking like she does want to pop one last time. Usually on Fridays especially, it seems like we get these little sell-offs in the last 10, 15 minutes. There's always heavy volume. This seems like it wants to pop, though, not sell off. You're good. Yeah, you're good. Just making sure. All right. Says Detmar. Oh, Detmar, yeah, you just got stopped out, didn't you? At the 50 after mark or whatever. Yeah, I guess you got stopped out of that trade, right? Finally out of it. Hit that. And I would have said that 2875 would have been a good target for you guys. I know you said earlier, both of you, not both of you, but Detmar, when you said you were in that trade still, ASTI, was a good one. Hey, it's all right. Look, and hey, it's funny how that stopped you out at actually a good time too. Now it's popping back on up because what a lot of people like, if you had control, you might still be holding, and didn't cut, at least take some, which you should have there regardless. Like I was so, nonstop showing that to both of you. Actually cut you out at a good time right there before she started popping back on up. Saved you a few cents. Oh, yes. Great day. I forgot. Sorry, team, because I had the headache earlier. I'm going to post the CR Trader thing right now. So I'll have a little post for you guys on Friday. So what I'm going to do right meow, with you guys that are sticking around on Friday, I'm about to pull up my editing system here because this takes like 2 seconds to finish this. Had my take profit at, let's go at 890. 890. Well, and then hopefully you can see what I'm looking at and telling you guys. Where can it bounce at? That's what you should be looking for take profit on shorts. Where could this play potentially bounce at? This is, to me, bounce area number 1, like both of you identified. This little sandwich corridor, and it kind of came to the bottom part of it. But this is why I always say area with my alerts. I've said area with my alerts for years. That's the first area. The second area is going to be right here. And then if we crack that, I don't think the VWAP holds it because we haven't touched the VWAP in forever, haven't really even seen the VWAP today. I would bet we would come down to here. That would be the next bounce area, right? So when you're shorting, team, find the area below that could bounce. That, my friends, is where you're going to take profit and enjoy. What, 2 of these up? No. Okay. That's weird. All right, cool. But yeah, I'm about to edit the edit. There's not much to edit. Any last questions? We good? I'm going to update. I'm going to post the CR. I'm about to finish it off right now, the CR Trader, and then post it to YouTube and Instagram. So that is coming out here momentarily in the next 10-15 minutes. Next 10-15 minutes. All right, y'all ready for it? All right. I am going to call it a day for myself on the stock trading end of things and for the week. Love Chip bringing up that fake gross ass BYND meat. And gross ass nasty shit. All right, yeah, you too. Yeah, have a good weekend. You guys have a good weekend. I'm going to, like I said, I will. This will take about 5-10 minutes, and it'll be up on the YouTube. So I'll see you guys on the flip side of things. So if you're heading out for the weekend, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. Stick around though, because you're gonna have a great little dual stream from CR Trader, and again, you'll have that all weekend to be able to watch. I'll see you next Friday on the free live stream if you are a freebie today, or on Monday if you're a paid paid streamer. You're a paid streamer, whatever. It's Friday. My brain is about to just like melt into the weekend. Love Chip, dude. I swear you. No. All right. See you guys back here on Money Monday. See you guys back in a bit.
MSGY. Odd. Watch the spread. MSGY.